May we be seated? Order, honorable members. I wish to announce that the vacancy which occurred in the National Assembly owing to the loss of membership of Ms. Sima Kubele in terms of section 47, subsection 3, subsection C of the Constitution has now been filled by the nomination of Ms. Sithembile Innocentia Nkosi with effect from 10 March 2026. The member has made and subscribed the oath in Speaker's office. I wish to welcome the honorable member. Thank you. You may be seated. No, Honorable Nhlangwini, I was referring to the new member. It's just that you happen to be standing as well, so people were a bit confused whether you have changed from Nhlangwini to Nkosi now.
No, Speaker, I'm old furniture. So.
Okay, thank you very much, honorable members. The first item on the order paper is a motion in the name of the Chief Whip. Honorable Chief Whip still doesn't have his voice fully, so Mr. Skosana will take the motion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and good afternoon. We move that the House extends the deadline by which the Hoc Committee on the review and amendment of the Parliamentary Villages Management Board Act, which is Act 96 of 1998, has to complete its task to 31st August 2026. I so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections to the motion?
No.
No objections. Motion agreed to. We'll now move to the member statements. The next item on the order paper is member statements, and I hope members of various parties are ready with their statements. Does any member of the ANC wish to make a statement? African National Congress? Yes, honorable member.
House Chair, the ANC condemns in the strongest terms recent incidents of Islamophobic conduct and religious intolerance in South Africa. The creator of one video while standing outside a Johannesburg mosque describes the inside of a mosque as enemy territory. He goes on to describe Allah as a demon and the Prophet Muhammad as one possessed by a demon. The creator of another Facebook post, after posting pictures of local mosques in Durban, describes the mosque as a filthy place where grown-up men put their foreheads on a dirty floor. He then translates the Muslim call to prayer, and I quote, "I bear witness there's no one noisier than Allah," and I quote again, "I bear witness there's no one, that Prophet Muhammad is the father of noise pollution." He stoops to the level of comparing the Muslim prayer position of prostration to a sexual posture, too disgusting to mention in this honorable house. In the town of Zanin in Limpopo, acid bombs were thrown on worshippers as they exited the mosque after the evening prayers on the first Friday in the holy month of Ramadan. Honorable members, there is no place for such vile, insightful, Islamophobic conduct in South Africa. We must send a compelling message that religious intolerance will not be allowed. The executive and parliament must create stronger legislation that will stop mischief makers in their tracks. We call upon all South Africans to shun any religious intolerance wherever it rears its ugly head. I thank you.
Thank you. Any member from the DA? Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Democratic Alliance to amplify in this House that our national water crisis demands action now, not promises of action to come. Following the revelation that the National Water Crisis Committee has still not met, despite having been announced more than a month ago, the President told South Africans to stand by and watch this space. But millions of South Africans living with the daily indignity of dry taps cannot stand by and watch this space. As jobs are lost, schools and hospitals are forced to operate only partially, and pensioners use their old age grants to pay for water from tankers, South Africans do not want to hear promises, they want results. I rise with deep concern and say this with the utmost seriousness, Speaker. Our water crisis is not being treated with the urgency it deserves. The fight against this indignity cannot wait. The protection of basic rights cannot wait. The DA calls on the Minister of Water and Sanitation to ensure that this crisis becomes a turning point for our country. We cannot afford to be in the same position next year, or even worse, further behind. The dignity of millions of South Africans is on the line. We must be on the right side of history. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member of the MK, I can see you are not sorting out Honourable Reddy. He might not appear on the TV. He has been trying to find a front seat. You keep on taking him back. Oh, Honourable Reddy. Can I get a member statement now from the MK?
Honourable Speaker, the 29th of May 2024 will remain a deeply contested moment in South Africa's democratic history. Millions of citizens went to the polls believing their votes would be protected and counted fairly under the supervision of Electoral Commission of South Africa. However, the Umkhonto weSizwe Party and its supporters across the country have raised serious allegations and concerns about irregularities in the electoral process, including discrepancies in results management and the handling of objections submitted by the party. What is deeply troubling is the perception among many South Africans that these concerns have not been treated with urgency, seriousness and transparency they deserve. When voters feel that their voices have been ignored and when institutions that are meant to protect democracy appear silent, public trust in the democratic system begins to erode. The supporters of the Umkhonto weSizwe Party believe that their democratic mandate was undermined and they continue to demand full transparency and accountability regarding the events surrounding the 29th of May 2024 election. South Africa's democracy was built through struggle, sacrifice, and the blood of many who fought for the right to vote. That right cannot be reduced to a merely formality where citizens vote, but questions about the outcome remain unanswered. The people of this country deserve the truth, they deserve transparency, and they deserve institutions that defend democracy without fear, favor, and political pressure. I submit.
ANC. African National Congress.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise today to bring to the attention of this House the pressing issue of Utlwanan Library project in Lekwateman local municipality. This project started in 2012 with a budget allocation of 4 million, but unfortunately this project remains incomplete even though the budget is exhausted. This project, which was intended to provide a vital resource for our learners, remains unfinished, depriving them a conducive environment of learning. The nearest library is in Christiana Town, a staggering 5 kilometers away from Utlwanan location. Learners are therefore forced to walk to town to access library services, which poses safety risk and creates significant barriers to learning. This incomplete project has severe implications for teaching and learning in our community. Learners deserve access to quality education, including modern library facilities that foster a love for reading and learning. I urge the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, the Northwest Provincial Government of Sports, Arts and Culture, and the Lekwateman local municipality to prioritize the revival and completion of this project, ensuring that our learners have access to the need so that they can succeed. Thank you very much.
EFF.
I rise on behalf of the EFF regarding the catastrophic decision by the KZN Department of Health introducing a temporary outsourcing for the emergency medical services and transport of ambulances to private companies. It's a concern that yet again, the government of the ANC and the DA have chosen to prioritize making money for the private sector at the cost of life itself and the compromise of the public healthcare sector. Poor communities will suffer the most as the government utilizes the health of our people as another business opportunities. Ambulances are not taxis for tenderpreneurs. There are hundreds and hundreds of broken ambulances sitting in workshops, vacant paramedic posts, and fundamental maintenance system issues that require urgent attention of the government. But sadly, the children of OR Tambo and Helen Zille are trading building state capacity for business opportunities of an already empowered private sector. We call on the immediate dissolution of the neo-liberalization of health infrastructure in KZN, the withdrawal of the suspension of the official who was suspended for exposing this debauchery, an increase in the paramedic workforce in the province, and for spatial inequality in emergency access to be addressed in the province. In Kanyagude district, Tugela in Zululand district, our people die waiting for ambulances. We demand the complete reversal of this tender and call on the provincial department to invest in building public machinery for the province and not squander the people's money on tenders that won't solve our problems. Yes. The government of KZN must fix the broken ambulances sitting in workshops and rather seek to purchase a new fleet than to go out and rent out a function that will never disappear after 6 months. Thank you.
Inkatha Freedom Party.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Honourable members, the recent announcement by MultiChoice should be of a great concern to all South Africans. We will lose a platform that creates jobs in acting and production, a platform that allows us to tell South African stories. One way to achieve unity is to share our stories to people that can understand us. This raises a question of whether an alternative platform must be created. How do we not discourage actors, directors, and producers from moving away from this creative space? Streaming platforms enable us to make our stories to the larger audience. The IFP suggests that the national broadcaster be allocated the necessary budget to create an alternative, or the SABC's Plus app be enhanced. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member, African National Congress.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Department of Sports, Arts and Culture stands at the crossroads. While the Minister has spoken passionately about revitalizing our sporting landscape and celebrating our cultural heritage, the reality is that many of these promises remain unfulfilled. We acknowledge the importance of initiatives such as the Women's Africa Cup of Nations and preservation of our national heritage site. Yet we must confront the fact that funding remains uneven, transparency is lacking, and grassroots development is being neglected. Artists continue to struggle to access Mzansi Golden Economy funding, while Sports Federation questions whether resources are being directed towards sustainable growth over height-grabbing projects. Heritage programs is vital to our national identity, risk being in pursuit of spectacles. This House must demand clear timelines, measurable outcomes, and equitable resources allocation from the department. We cannot allow rhetoric to replace delivery. Our athletes, artists, and cultural workers deserve more than promises. We deserve action, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, accountability must be the cornerstone of this department.
Your time is up.
Thank you very much.
NCC. Democratic Alliance.
Honourable Speaker, for far too long, government property meant to serve the people has been treated as a private entitlement. We welcome decisive action by the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Minister Dean McPherson, to restore accountability over state assets. the department has authorized court proceedings against 3 former MK Party MPs who have refused to vacate parliamentary village homes despite no longer serving in Parliament. A notice to vacate has also been issued to a Western Cape High Court judge who no longer qualifies to occupy state residence. These cases are deeply concerning because they involve former and current state officials who should be setting the standard for compliance with the law. We welcome the Minister and departmental officials for taking firm steps to reclaim state property, and we welcome the MK Party's support for the eviction process. We also welcome the Minister's call for a national audit of all state-owned residential properties to ensure lawful occupation and proper management. We encourage the public and state employees to report any suspected misuse of government property. Public assets must serve the people and not private interests. I thank you.
Thank you. FF Plus.
Agter Speaker, die VF Plus het kennis geneem dat die Suid-Afrikaanse Polisiediens gister in die media aangekondig het dat 'n beloning aanbied vir die inhegtenisname skuldigbevinding vir die wat aanspreeklik is vir die moord op die 17-jarige Annika Smit wat gedurende Maart 2010 in haar ouer huis in Theresa Park, Pretoria Noord vermoor is. Die slagoffer se hande is tydens hierdie verskriklike daad verwyder en die ledemate kon nooit opgespoor word nie. Die saak is sedert die moord op Annika Smit nog nooit opgelos nie en alhoewel daar verskeie persone in die verband met die moord ondervra was, kon 'n skuldige nooit in hegtenis geneem word nie. Geregtelike doodsondersoek het reeds gedurende September 2015 begin en die saak kom volgens bronne weer voor in die hof in Junie 2026. Die VF Plus doen hiermee 'n beroep op die publiek dat indien enigiemand oor inligting rakende hierdie gebeure beskik, hulle asseblief in verbinding tree met die Suid-Afrikaanse Polisiediens. Daar moet berusting oor die saak gebring word en die skuldiges moet aangekeer word. Die VF Plus spreek hier hoop uit dat iemand wel met die nodige inligting na vore sal tree en dat die moordenaars aangekeer en vir dade gestraf kan word en dat Annika se familie berusting kan kry. Mag Annika Smit nooit vergeet word nie en mag sy in vrede rus. Dankie, Speaker.
Thank you. African National Congress.
Madam Speaker, we welcome the good news that South African financiers are preparing a 2 billion rand bond to fund water conservation projects dedicated to restoring strategic water catchments, backed by the Rand Merchant Bank and the Development Bank of Southern Africa. The 5-year bond aims to finance ecological restoration. The outcome-based facility will link returns to measurable environmental improvements targeting nature-based solutions, such as removing invasive plants and rehabilitating catchment areas. To address South Africa's critical water scarcity, the facility will support conservation of water catchments to ensure the health of these areas. This initiative reflects growing private sector involvement as South Africa grapples with constrained public finances and significant water challenges. While traditional bonds target infrastructure like dams and pipelines, this deal emphasizes nature-based solutions. If successful, the bond will align with broader efforts to tap debt markets for sustainable infrastructure funding, help to address South Africa's worsening water shortages. Unlike traditional infrastructure bonds for dams and pipelines, this instrument focuses on ecological restoration of strategic water catchments. If successful, this model could be used to mobilize capital for climate-resilient projects across other water-stressed
Thank you, Honourable
economies.
Member. Your time is up. MK Party.
Honourable Speaker, the Mpumalanga High Court has fined the Emalahleni municipality 650 million after finding it guilty of allowing raw sewage to spill into rivers and dams for 6 years. For 6 years, sewage flowed through communities into Witbank Dam, the Nauport River, the Klein Olifants River, and eventually the Olifants River. Thinking about that, 6 years of pollution, 6 years of complaints from residents, 6 years of official doing nothing. This is not a small mistake. This is a disaster caused by negligence. Honourable Speaker, the pollution has damaged ecosystem, contaminated water sources, and exposed communities to serious health risk. And now the court has stepped in where the leadership failed. But the question South African must ask is this: who will be held personally responsible? Because a 650 million fine does not punish politicians or officials, it punishes the taxpayers. Honorable Speaker, the case exposes deeper crisis in our municipality. Across South Africa, sewage is flowing into rivers while leaders argue about politics instead of fixing infrastructure. The MK party says enough is enough. Municipality officials allowing this level of environmental destruction must face personal consequences, and government must urgently intervene to stop the collapse of water sewage infrastructure. South Africa, I submit.
Economic freedom fighters.
Thank you, Speaker. Minister, there was a time in this country when many of our learners had food gardens. Learners did not only sit in classroom learning theory, they learned practical skills such as planting vegetables, working with the soil, and understanding the basics of food production. At the same time, many households practiced small forms of subsistence farming. Families grew simple crops such as morogo and mealies, and children understood that food security begins with the ability to produce food. Today, much of that culture has disappeared. Instead, we have introduced subjects such as life orientation, which, while important for personal development, are not always grounded in practical livelihood skills. We are not saying life orientation is not important, but this raises an important question. How do you justify a curriculum that can teach a learner about family tree, yet does not teach the same learner how to grow food? At a time of rising unemployment and food insecurity, our education system must reconnect young people with productive knowledge. Agriculture should form part of that practical learning. The economic freedom fighters will therefore be introducing a motion calling on the relevant portfolio committees, basic education, agriculture and land, to investigate how agriculture and food production can be meaningfully reintroduced into our education system. I thank you.
Thank you. African National Congress.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. At the time where we are preparing to celebrate 30 years of the adoption of our Constitution, we now have to stand together to protest South Africa's sovereignty from attacks on its justice system. The recent comments by the USA Ambassador to South Africa, Leo Brand Bozell, where a publicly challenged South African court rulings regarding the Kill the Boer chant was a breach of protocol and undiplomatic. He went on to say that he does not care what a court to say and that it was hate speech, despite the Constitutional Court previously ruling it does not constitute hate speech. Upon being issued a formal démarqué, a diplomatic protest by the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, Bozell expressed regret over his comments and stated on X Twitter that he respects the independence of South Africa's judiciary while still maintaining his personal view that the chant is hate speech. As a sovereign country, South Africa will not accept bullying and will not allow foreign diplomats to dictate policy or undermine judicial independence. South Africa's foreign policy is anchored in our constitutional commitment to multilateralism and the peaceful settlement of disputes. We also urge all patriotic citizens to join the ANC's the People's March in defense of our sovereignty and democratic states on Human Rights Day, 21 March 2026, starting at 8 o'clock from Mary Figgers Square, Johannesburg. The march aims to protect South Africa's democracy, sovereignty and constitutional values from alleged internal and external threats. The campaign emphasizes that South Africa's democracy is not for sale and aims to rally citizens against alleged foreign. Thank you very much.
Democratic Alliance. Democratic Alliance.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The DA has noted the ANC's fake outrage to the City of Cape Town's sale of municipal buildings. As nearly 4 million South African households still sit with the Department of Human Settlements waitlist, the DA is not surprised to hear the ANC try to shift the blame when they have failed to deliver on housing. Has the ANC, if it did at all, cared about the nearly 600,000 households that have been waiting for state-subsidized housing for more than 20 years? Has the ANC not cared for the title deed backlog that has grown from almost 800,000 since 2019? I think not. Meanwhile, the DA-run Cape Town has built the largest number of houses, state-subsidized houses, of any metro in the Republic of South Africa. Even Johannesburg, the country's largest metro, could not outdo the City of Cape Town. The DA will not take the ANC seriously in regards to housing when they have not addressed the title deed backlog and failed to provide South Africans with the dignity espoused in the Constitution of South Africa. I thank you.
African National Congress.
Speaker, the President Ramaphosa in his 2026 State of the Nation address emphasizes the work of the Presidential Working Group in eThekwini, which was initiated in 2024 to answer to the decline service delivery, failing infrastructure and deteriorating investor confidence in the metro. It was through directed action between all spheres of government, combined with the business, labor and civil society, the eThekwini Metro has begun to regain stability and restore confidence. Speaker, President Ramaphosa correctly observed that when local government fails, community suffers, but when municipalities function effectively, our towns and cities become engineers of opportunity, growth and development. As the ANC, we know that the continuing work to establish and restore local government across the country, including the recent progress in the eThekwini Metro. As the ANC, we believe in the improvement of municipalities such as eThekwini, validate that with political will, effective partnership, struggling municipalities can regain and deliver service delivery to the community. The intention in this line with the ANC is a long-standing policy position that local government should developmental in character but also drive inclusive economic growth, improving infrastructure and give opportunity to its communities, particularly under the privileged and historical marginalized. We know the governmental intention of strengthening struggling municipality as well as investing in infrastructure such as water system. Thank you.
Your time is up. UAT.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Please allow me to sit. I rise today to express a grave concern regarding the conduct of the Hoc Committee established to investigate the allegations into General Mkhonazi. What we are witnessing is not merely a procedural flaw, but a pattern of inconsistency that threatens the credibility of Parliament itself. Firstly, the committee has displayed troubling irregularities in handling of witnesses. Individuals were formally invited. Some traveled from distant provinces, only to be denied opportunity to present their testimony. This is not a minor administrative oversight. It's a fundamental violation of procedural fairness. A process that selectively hears voices cannot claim to be transparent or just. Secondly, these actions raise a deeper and more disturbing question. Are we dealing with the process that is being managed to achieve predetermined outcome? When participation is controlled in this manner, the perception and indeed the risk of rigged process become unavoidable. Parliament must never allow itself to be seen as orchestrating the outcome rather than uncovering the truth. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. But we move when it's a motion. Now we're expressing member statements. Kadimambo. I will now allow 7 ministerial responses.
Statement.
Yeah.
You did your statement last week.
Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Steenhuisen.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and in living proof that even a blind squirrel can get the occasional nut, I would like to agree completely with my honourable friend from the EFF around food gardens and the reinstitution of a connection between where our food comes from and how we're able to ensure that people understand its use, its nutrition, and how we reintroduce particularly a younger generation into understanding the causal link between growing food and being able to
live a nutritious life. I would agree with him that the scope exists, particularly at school level, to introduce programs that would reconnect younger people with the soil and equip them with the necessary skills that are required to be able to grow their own food and potentially stimulate an interest in agriculture in the post-school environment. This is very important in an environment where agriculture has become one of the mainstays of our economic growth. Agricultural exports were up 10% year on year last year, bringing in greater revenues for farmers, and their contribution to food security speaks for itself. I also agree with the Honourable Member about the importance of indigenous crops, and it's for that reason that we in the Department of Agriculture focused on specifically special breeding programs for sorghum, millet, legumes and other indigenous vegetables which are nutritionally rich and drought tolerant. We also believe that reviving indigenous crop knowledge is also essential for agricultural production, and also why we're focusing on the development of community seed banks, so that we're able to provide communities with the seed banks, the seeds that they require for the propagation and planting of community seed banks. We would look forward to participating in the process that the Honourable Member has outlined. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Mtsoaledi.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I want to respond to the question about privatization of ambulances. I want to state it up front that I do not support privatization of ambulance services in any manner whatsoever. And up to so far, I am not aware of a province that has privatized ambulances. What I know, however, is that the MEC for Health in KZN did mention something about that in the provincial legislature, about the plan to do that. But she was heavily discouraged from going that way. So as far as I'm concerned, it hasn't happened. If it did happen without my knowledge, I will go and check. But privatization of ambulances is not a good idea at all, because we know what will happen to ordinary men on the street, ordinary human beings on the street, I mean to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Malati.
Thanks very much, Speaker. The Honourable Member from the IFP spoke about the impact of potential job losses by the cancellation of Showmax and also the impact that the SABC's current financial challenges are facing. And while the closure of any business, particularly in the media space that has an impact on local productions and the sports and arts and culture sector will always be a worrying trend, I think there's also an opportunity in here for the SABC, particularly through the SABC Plus streaming service, which as of the 6th of February had 2 million subscribers, and it just shows the potential that exists with that platform. The biggest challenge is resourcing it properly to make sure that it can be monetized, to be able to reinvest back into the arts and culture fraternity so that we can grow that industry. And that's what, as the department, we've been providing our support towards, making sure that local productions can be properly supported. And I hope that the Honourable Member and other members in the House are also part of the 2 million subscribers for the SABC streaming platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Kubai.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Let me appreciate the statement by a member of the ANC that spoke against Islamophobia and do indicate that the Constitution does guarantee the right to choose your freedom or your religion, the right to choose your religion. But more importantly, in terms of the guaranteed, in terms of our Bill of Rights, we've got to be able to, all of us, tolerate, as we celebrate 30 years of our Constitution, part of the issues that we've got to learn as South Africans is to learn to heal the divisions of the past, where we were divided by race, by cultures, by religions. And therefore, it cannot be, when we build a democratic South Africa, that we continue on racial discrimination. We are in a week where we are talking against any form of discrimination, and therefore it is appropriate to support the honourable member in this calling by Parliament and by the Executive. Honourable Speaker, let me respond to the member of DA in relation to human settlements and indicate that it is not correct to paint DA in the Western Cape and the city of Cape Town as doing properly. I do understand that the Minister of Human Settlements, working together with the department and all the MINMEC, have been working together jointly. And therefore the efforts that are done in that space, in that sector, is as a result of a policy direction. At some point, Department of Human Settlements nationally had to force the city of Cape Town to provide basic services to communities that they were not even caring about to be able to provide services. So when we throw stones, we must not be in glass house. And therefore we must tell the truth of the reality of the situation of the people in Western Cape, especially in the city of Cape Town. The issue of human settlements and housing and shelter is a basic human right. And therefore, City of Cape Town must not play with the feelings and the needs of the people who are the most majority, who are vulnerable. Let's tell the truth, but let's be honest and genuine about what needs to be done. The land is needed for basic building of shelters in Western Cape, and therefore selling it to private use when people do not have house, it's actually unsupportive of the vulnerable, but also you can't call yourself patriots when you are actually having people living in squalor when you have land that you are selling to private sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Siyatlolo.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. I stand to respond to the member of the MKP who spoke about the issue of pollution of our water resources, particularly caused by raw sewage. There's a number of issues, Honourable Member, that I want to raise with you. One, the National Water Act, in terms of Section 19 and 20, we as a department have a fundamental responsibility to make sure that there is no pollution that happens, and that is why the amendment to the National Water Act is happening in order to introduce personal liability to mayors, municipal managers, directors of water and sanitation in municipalities, so that they are responsible for the payment of the rehabilitation of our water resources and not the taxpayers. Equally, we need to be able to emphasize the point of the polluter pay principle, because ultimately there are people who pollute, particularly as a result of dysfunctional and critical wastewater infrastructure owned by municipalities, which are currently, in terms of the gain drop, not discharging quality effluent into our water resources. We thus have to take the fundamental responsibility as a department to make sure that we emphasize our regulation, compliance and enforcement branch of the department, so that municipalities can be able to meet us in court if they do not comply. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Zuza.
No, thank you very much, Speaker, on the statement by the Honourable Member of the MK. And we had indicated last week on a similar statement that the IEC is a Chapter 9 institution, and that the issues that they are raising, they are due to ventilate them in court so that we can be able to separate fact from fiction. Whilst we accept that electoral systems must consistently be improved, however, we must remember that South Africa's democracy has been consistently, not once, but consistently reported as one of the strongest in Africa. We must therefore not fall into the temptation of fermenting divisions and disunity in the country on the claims of fraudulent elections. The outcomes of the 2024 elections were widely accepted, and that is why sihleli nabo amamember MK Parliament today, because they also accepted the elections. Hence they are here.
Thank you. Order. 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 I am surprised that our new member is also after advice. When I sign in members, I always advise them and give them the rules so that they know how they must behave in the house. Honorable Mantashe.
One question was directed to me. I want to educate Honorable Slab, who is staying in a mining region, coal mining region, that clean environment is not maintained by inactivity in the economy. What is expected?
Order. Who is raising a point of order?
It's your favorite member.
Honorable Reddy, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Please advise the Minister to address you and not the member across the table. Thank you.
Honorable Reddy, the Speaker was duly quoted to say, Honorable Speaker, I want to respond to the member. So there is nothing wrong that the member has done.
And therefore, what we do is to do economic activity responsibly. On the question of a coal mining region, it can use a research solution to water pollution, which MINDEC has. So my advice to the member is that they must pull together the mining companies affected and the communities affected to approach MINDEC for a solution, because a solution exists. And the last point I want to make is that it is that working together that will make that technology more economically sustainable. But the research has found the technology to solve water pollution. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. This concludes the ministerial statements. I will now ask the Secretary to read the first order.
Debate on International Women's Day.
Thank you very much. We have the speakers list. Honorable the Deputy Minister of Women, Children and Persons with Disability. Honorable Litsike.
Speaker of the National Assembly, honorable members of the August House, fellow South Africans, today we gather in the House to mark International Day of Women, a moment that calls us not only to celebrate progress, but to interrogate the unfinished business of justice. The theme before us today, Give to Gain, invites us to reflect deeply on the relationship between contribution and transformation. It reminds us that societies do not become equal by accident. Equality is built through deliberate choices, sustained struggle, and the courage to invest in justice even when the returns are not immediate. This theme best describes the story of our liberation. In this story of women who gave their labor, their leadership, and in many cases their lives to the struggle for freedom, as we mark 70 years of the year and milestone since the historic 1956 Women's March, a defining moment in our national journey towards equality. We are reminded of the enduring legacy of courage and collective action that continues to shape our democracy today. From Charlotte Maxeke, who organized women workers and founded the Bantu Women's League, to Lillian Ngoyi, Helen Joseph, Rahima Musa, and Albertina Sisulu, who led the historic 1956 Women's March to the Union buildings. Those women who gave everything so that South Africa could gain democracy. And it is no coincidence that the political movement that carried forward their vision, the African National Congress, remains the only political formation in this country whose historic mission has consistently centered the emancipation of women. Long before gender equality became fashionable in global discourse, the ANC have already committed itself to women's liberation. In 1943, the ANC formally admitted women as full members of the organization. In 1994, under the leadership of President Nelson Mandela, South Africa adopted one of the most progressive constitutions in the world, a constitution that recognizes some substantive equality born at the meeting point of race, gender, class, culture, disability, geography, and sexuality. This is why gender justice in South Africa has always been inseparable from the broader justice of social transformation. Honorable members, when we reflect on what South Africa has given to the global movement for gender equality, we must speak with both humility and confidence. We are a country that has helped shape global thinking on human rights and democracy. South Africa has played a central role in advancing the international agenda on gender equality through institutions such as the UN Women and through our active participation in the United Nations on the Commission on the Status of Women, where South Africa continues to play a leadership role, including our recent election into Communication Working Group. This election is not a ceremonial achievement. It is a strategic responsibility that positions South Africa at the heart of shaping how global community communicates, frames, mobilizes action for gender equality. We have secured an opportunity to ensure that the voices of women from the global south, particularly African women, are not marginalized, but central in global discourse. This enables us to influence the narrative that informs policy, funding, and international cooperation, ensuring that they reflect the lived reality of inequality, poverty, and structural exclusion that many women continue to face. And importantly, we are strengthening our ability to bring global commitments home, to translate international advocacy into concrete change in the lives of women and girls in South Africa. But our participation at global structures is not just symbolic, it is purposeful. We utilize these platforms to strengthen women's rights here at home, to ensure that global commitments translate into domestic transformation, into laws, policies, programs that change the lived reality of women and girls across our country. South Africa's leadership has also been evident in advancing the Women, Peace and Security agenda, particularly through the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325, which recognizes the critical role women play in peace building, conflict prevention, and post-conflict reconstruction. Resolution 1325 fundamentally changed how the world understands security by reminding us that the peace cannot be built in rooms where women are absent. Sustainable peace requires the leadership, experience, and insight of women. South Africa has embraced the principle through the development of our National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security, ensuring that women's voices shape security policy, diplomacy, and peace-building initiatives across the continent. Honorable Speaker, our global engagements are further reflected in priorities we have advanced through platforms such as the Women 20 Technical Working Group and our presidency of G20. In this work, South Africa has championed a focused agenda that speaks directly to structural barriers facing women globally and locally. As part of an inclusive economic strategy, 3 priorities were identified: expanding women's access to finance and productive assets, investing in the care economy as both a social protection mechanism and a driver of decent work, advancing digital inclusion so that women are not excluded from the technologies shaping the future, and of course, lastly, ensuring women's full participation in inclusive economic growth. These are not abstract priorities, they are the practical expression of give to gain, the understanding that when we invest in women, societies gain stability, prosperity, and justice. And as we locate South Africa with the global community, we must also locate ourselves within our own continent. The African Union's 2026 theme, Honoring Women of African Union, Voices, Work, and Community, calls all of us to recognize the central role of African women in building our society. South Africa's contribution to the continental vision is rooted in our own history of struggle, but also in our ongoing commitment to amplify the voices of African women, to support the economic participation and the strengthened community-based system of care, solidarity, and resilience. Because the story of African development is fundamentally a story carried on the shoulders of women. Fellow South Africans, over the past 3 decades of democracy, South Africa has built one of the most comprehensive gender equality framework in the world, transforming our nation into fundamentally different country for women that it was in 1994, where millions of women were once denied basic health care. Today, over 90% births take place in health facilities, reducing maternal mortality. Where HIV and AIDS once threatened a generation, South Africa now runs the largest treatment program in the world, with millions of women accessing life-saving medication. Where girls were punished out of school due to poverty, today more girls than boys complete secondary education, and women form majority in the higher education. Where women were excluded from political party, today we occupy close to half of seats in parliament. Where domestic violence was treated as private matter, today we have comprehensive legislation, specialized courts, and coordinated national strategic plan on GBVF. Where women's labor was invisible, today social protection programs such as child support grants support millions of women caregivers. Where economic participation was limited, today procurement policies and enterprise development programs are expanding opportunities for women. And when many women, particularly rural women, women with disability, LGBTI persons were excluded from policy, today our frameworks increasingly recognize the diversity of women's lived experiences. These gains were not by accident. They were a result of a deliberate political choices made by democratic government led by the African National Congress. And this requires protection, they require deepening, and they require a continued mandate to complete work of transformation. So fellow South Africans, we must also recognize the struggle for gender equality today faces new and evolving threats. The anti-gender movements must be stopped wherever it is. And we must be clear, gender equality cannot exist by excluding anyone else. Thank you so much.
Honorable P. Zuma. Honorable members, this is Honorable Member's maiden speech, and I'm sure she would also make sure that in the maiden speech she doesn't invite responses. Honorable Member, your time.
Ngiyathokoza kakhulu Sihlalo, ngicela ukubingelela abantu bonke ngokukhulu ukuzithoba. Ngikhumbuza abantu besifazane ukuthi babalekile nanokuthi umkhonto wesizwe phansi uyabathanda. Today we gather to celebrate International Women's Day, a day that recognizes the courage, resilience, and contribution of women across the world. But in South Africa, this day must be more than a celebration. It must be a day of reflection, accountability, and action. Because the painful truth is that women in our country are still not free. We are not free from violence, we are not free from poverty, we are not free from economic exclusion. As the Mkhonto weSizwe Party, we say clearly today, the liberation of South Africa will never be complete until women are truly safe, empowered, and economically free. We stand on the shoulders of great giants such as Charlotte Maxeke, Lillian Ngoyi, Albertina Sisulu, Winnie Madikizela Mandela, and thousands of unnamed women who fought for the liberation of women. We remember the brave women who marched to the Union buildings in 1956, the historic 1956 Women's March, declaring Watsinta Bafazi, Watsinta Mbowodo. Those women refused to be silenced. They fought not only against apartheid, but against a system that tried to suppress the voice and dignity of women. Their courage laid the foundation of the democracy we enjoy today. But we must ask ourselves honestly, have we honored their sacrifice? The painful truth is, we have not. Honorable Speaker, South Africa is facing a crisis of gender-based violence and femicide. Women are murdered, raped, and assaulted at alarming rates. Many women live in constant fear in their homes, fear in their communities, fear within the institutions that are meant to protect them. This is not merely a crime problem, it is governance failure. A state that cannot guarantee the safety of women cannot claim to be fulfilling its constitutional obligations. As the MK Party, we believe that the safety of women must become a national governance priority. This requires a state that is persistent, capable, and decisive. Police stations must be properly resourced. Specialized gender violence units must be strengthened. The justice system must ensure that perpetrators face swift and certain consequences. Justice delayed for women is justice denied. Honorable Speaker, but violence is only one dimension of the injustice women face. Economic exclusion remains one of the most brutal forms of oppression confronting women today. We are disproportionately unemployed, underpaid, and marginalized from meaningful economic participation. Young women in particular face the devastating reality they are highly educated, highly capable, yet locked out of the economy. At the same time, women in rural areas bear the burden of poverty, landlessness, and underdevelopment. They farm the land, they sustain families, they hold communities together, yet they often remain excluded from ownership and economic opportunity. This is why the MK Party firmly believes that economic transformation is a women's issue. Without land reform, women remain dispossessed. Without industrialization, women remain unemployed. Without economic justice, women remain dependent and vulnerable. Real gender equality requires structural economic change. Honorable Speaker, another crisis facing women is the burden of unpaid care work. Women carry the responsibility of raising children, caring for elderly, sustaining households, and supporting communities. This labor sustains society, yet it remains largely invisible in our economic system. The MK Party believes that the public policy must begin to recognize and support social and economic value for care work. A developmental state must invest in early childhood development, community health systems, social support for caregivers, economic opportunities for women. This is not charity, this is nation building. Honorable Speaker, as the MK Party, a movement born out of the revolutionary tradition of our people, we firmly believe that women must not only participate in society, women must lead society, women must lead in politics, women must lead in the economy, women must lead in the transformation of our institution. A truly democratic state cannot exist while half of its population remains strategically disadvantaged. The struggle for women's liberation, therefore, is inseparable from the struggle for social justice, economic transformation, and national renewal. Honorable Speaker, as the MK Party prepares itself as a government in waiting, we are clear about one thing. The future of South Africa must be shaped by the full participation and empowerment of women. This means building a state that protects women, an economy that empowers women, and institution that respects the dignity and leadership of women. International Women's Day must therefore be a moment of reflection, but also a moment of resolve. Resolve to confront violence, resolve to dismantle economic exclusion, resolve to restore dignity and opportunity to every woman in this country. Honorable Speaker, the women of South Africa have never asked for favors. They have demanded justice, and justice must now be delivered, not through words, but through action. However, the fight for women's dignity cannot be left to government alone. Men must take responsibility. We must raise our sons to respect women. As women, we must stop hating each other and continue this growing culture of being a girl's girl. We must challenge harmful cultural norms. We must speak out when we see abuse. Silence protects abusers, but courage protects the victim. To the women of South Africa, we see you, we honor you, we stand with you. Your strength holds families together, your courage sustains communities, and your leadership will shape the future of our country. Let us honor the legacy of Abantu Besifazane who joined liberation armies like the MK, APLA, and Azandla. Those women who died in combat as guerrillas, intelligence operatives, and underground fighters by ensuring that the next generation of women lives in a safer, freer, and more equal South Africa. Because when women are empowered, South Africa is empowered. Thank you.
Honorable T.A. Kanyile.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, today we rise to mark International Women's Day, a day that celebrates the strength, resilience, and contribution of women across the world. Yet it must also be a day of reflection, a moment where we confront harsh reality that millions of women still live in fear, poverty, and exclusion. Across the African continent, women continue to suffer some of the most brutal forms of violence known to humanity. In conflict zones, women's bodies have become battlefields. In places such as Sudan, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Ethiopia, and across the Sahel region, countless women and girls have been raped, abducted, and attacked as a tactic of war. These are not isolated incidents. These are systematic violations of human dignity. Women fleeing violence are often left to carry the trauma for the rest of their lives, while perpetrators walk free and justice remains out of reach. The African woman who wakes up in a conflict zone does not ask for luxury. She asks for safety. She asks for dignity. She asks for the right to live without fear. She asks for the right to live freely and to be able to choose the type of quality of life she wants to live. She asks for a peaceful country where she can raise her kids. And this is not too much to ask. Honorable members, violence against women is not limited to war zones. It is a global pandemic that continues to rob women of their lives and opportunities. Too many women across the world wake up each day knowing that their safety is not guaranteed, be it in their homes, their workplaces, or their communities. Gender-based violence and femicide continues to plague our nation and threatens the safety and dignity of women and children across South Africa. Recent statistics remain deeply concerning that more than 5,500 women were murdered in a single year, meaning that around 15 women lose their lives every day. In the same period, over 42,000 rapes were reported. These numbers are not just statistics. These numbers represent lives lost, families broken, and communities living in fear. However, as Parliament, we have taken an important step forward through the establishment of the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, which is in the process of being fully appointed. This council will play a critical role in coordinating national efforts and strengthening the implementation of the National Strategic Plan on GBVF to help cap this scourge. Honorable Speaker, beyond violence lies another silent injustice that continues to hold women back, and that is economic exclusion. Economic inequality remains one of the greatest barriers to women's empowerment. Across the globe, women continue to face significant barriers to entering and remaining in the labor market. According to the International Labour Organization, only about 46.4% of working-age women are employed, compared to nearly 69.5% of men. This means that more than half of the world's women of working age are excluded from working opportunities. Honorable Speaker, studies have also shown that an increasing number of households across the world are headed by women. Women are not only caregivers, they are breadwinners, decision makers, and the backbone of many families and communities. In many cases, these women carry the full responsibility of providing food, shelter, education, and stability for their children. We have many children reliant on the child support grant, an intervention that we welcome to assist with the burden of raising kids. But we will need to see more women being absorbed into job opportunities. Honorable members, we must also confront the painful reality of statutory rape as well as child and teenage pregnancy. Every year, thousands of young girls are robbed of their childhood by men who exploit their vulnerability. These crimes are often hidden behind silence, stigma, and power imbalance. On a day like International Women's Day, we must ask ourselves, how can we speak about empowering women when many of our girls are not even safe? Protecting girls from exploitation must remain at the center of our efforts to achieve gender equality. Another group that often remains invisible in conversations about gender injustice is women with disabilities. Studies show that women with disabilities are 2 to 3 times more likely to experience violence than other women. Yet they face additional barriers when seeking help, including inaccessible police stations, inability to access public transport, limited support services, and social isolation. True equality will only be achieved when the most vulnerable amongst us are fully protected and included. Honorable Speaker, we must also address the silent crisis of period poverty. Many young girls miss school simply because they cannot afford sanitary products. Research from the University of Free State has highlighted how period poverty continues to undermine the dignity, education, and confidence of many young women. A recent study by the very same institution has pointed to serious chemical findings in 16 of these products countless women and young girls rely on every month. Honorable Speaker, this is appalling, worrying, and should be a call to action to us as lawmakers in this House. A girl who cannot manage her menstrual health with dignity cannot fully participate in education. And when girls miss school, their future opportunities are diminished. Honorable members, in today's Portfolio Committee meeting, we were joined by the Department of Social Development and Basic Education. The Western Cape was commended for its excellent distribution of sanitary products with no reported allegations of corruption. The DA proposed that other struggling provinces adopt the Western Cape as a benchmark. We trust that this proposal will be taken seriously so that all deserving girls can remain in schools with dignity. Honorable members, International Women's Day must not become a symbolic event marked by only speeches and slogans. It must be a day that renews our collective commitment to action. We must strengthen our efforts to combat gender-based violence. We must protect our girls from exploitation and abuse. We must ensure that women with disabilities are not left behind. We must end period poverty so that every girl can learn with dignity. Most importantly, we must continue building a society where women are safe, empowered, and are able to realize their full potential. Because when women rise, communities rise. When women are protected, nations prosper. When women are empowered, the future becomes brighter for all. I thank you.
I now invite the Honourable Lola.
Deputy Speaker, as we reflect on International Women's Day, but let us be clear, in South Africa, women are still under attack by patriarchy, by capitalism, by a state that pretends to celebrate them while ignoring their suffering. Women are abused, marginalized, and left destitute, yet they continue to resist and lead. We should be reminded that true liberation for women is not symbolic. It is radical, material, and long overdue. Mama Winnie, a leader who deserved more. Let us remember Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela, the mother of our struggle and a woman of extraordinary leadership. She was not content with being silent or submissive. She fought apartheid with courage, resilience, and defiance, inspiring millions across the world. Deputy Speaker, make no mistake. Her leadership was so profound that she could have been the first black president of South Africa. The nation robbed itself of her vision, her strength, and her uncompromising commitment to justice. Her legacy reminds us that women are not victims, they are revolutionaries, and their voices demand to be heard. The Marikana widows, victim of state neglect. Deputy Speaker, we cannot ignore the Marikana widows who lost their husband in the massacre of 2012. Their husband worked in the mines only to be killed by bullets brought by this state. These widows were left destitute, struggling to feed their children, abandoned by a government that promised justice. Their suffering exposes a brutal truth. When women bear the cost of political and economic violence, the state is nowhere to be found. Women coerced into sterilization, a state crime. Even in a democratic South Africa, South African women have been coerced into sterilization, especially poor black women were forced or manipulated to undergo procedures without consent, stripped of their right to decide over their own bodies. This is a violation of human rights, a constitution of oppression, and a shocking reminder that women's autonomy is still under siege. Deputy Speaker, women need land, jobs, healthcare, justice, and protection from violence. We need radical systematic change. We must confront patriarchy and capitalist greed that continue to marginalize women. Liberation is not symbolic. It is material, political, and economic. As we reflect on International Women's Day, we honor Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela. We stand with the Marikana widows. We demand justice for women coerced into sterilization. Women's liberation is not an act of charity. It is revolutionary, and it is overdue. Until all women are free from oppression, poverty, and violence, we do not celebrate, we fight. Thank you.
The next speaker is the Honourable Ngubezi.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. Today we join the global community in commemorating the International Women's Day, a day that reminds us not only to celebrate achievement of women, but also to recommit ourselves to building a society in which women are safe, empowered, and able to realize their full potential. In South Africa, women remain the backbone of our families, communities, and economy. They lead household, run business, nurture the next generation, and increasingly take up leadership role in government and civil society. Yet, many women continue to face significant challenges, from gender-based violence, economic exclusion, to barriers in leadership and decision-making spaces. Their responsibility to address these challenges and ensure the safety of our women should be shouldered by men in our society. A country cannot progress when half of its population remains vulnerable or excluded from opportunities. Guided by our values and manifesto, we continually push for bold measures to protect women, children, and vulnerable groups. We have long believed that the empowerment and protection of women must be central to nation building. During 2025, 16 days of activism against women and abuse of women and children, the IFP Women's Brigade took a firm stance by calling for a campaign to move beyond speeches towards a real action.
Order, honourable members.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I don't think I can tolerate this kind of approach.
Please proceed. Honourable members, order. Honourable members, we are busy with a debate about women's rights. Please show respect. Honourable member, please proceed.
Well, and it's disappointing, Deputy Speaker, that it's women who are doing this.
Honourable member, please take your seat. There is a point of order. What is your point of order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. We are just interested, we want to know where are the women of the IFP? Why is he taking away the agents of women to speak up for themselves on their issues? Why is he here saying as if he's got speaking for women when they are suppressing women? Where are the women of IFP?
Honourable member.
How many women does IFP have in their focus?
I have not given you permission to ask a question. Every party can use the speaker that they allocate to speak. Honourable member, please proceed. Honourable Ngabesi.
During 2025, 16 days of activism against violence and abuse of women and children, the IFP Women's Brigade took a firm stance by calling for a campaign to move beyond speeches towards a real action to end violence against women and children. Under the theme Litsima, which calls on men, women and boys and girls.
Honourable Ngabesi, please take your seat. Honourable Kula, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Lana sikhuluma ngabantu besifazane abaneyinkinga ezinye idalwa yibo abantu besilisa. I don't know why ngempela bengadedela abantu besifazane kube yibona abadebatayo ngoba ithini esihlukumezayo yiwe lamadoda namhlanje idumbe igcwele emgwaqweni all over abantu besifazane bebula abantu besilisa. Sicela kube abantu besifazane. Ngiyamhlonipha umhlonishwa wami lesiphuma la KZN, ngeke indoda ayikhuluma indaba zabantu besifazane. Ayingeni ngisho ungena kuzona. Bakhuluma bodwa.
Honourable member, you have now entered into a debate whilst your speaker had her opportunity to speak. Please be respectful towards the debate and the speakers in this House. Honourable member Nkubezi, please proceed. Honourable members, you are making assumptions and you do not decide on behalf of another party. So Honourable Nkubezi, please proceed.
No, thank you, Deputy Speaker. But I must indicate, Madam Deputy Speaker, that women's challenges cannot only be resolved by women alone. Such challenges cannot be resolved by women alone. We need partnership for everyone in this country to take part so that all the challenges that are faced by women are resolved. Therefore, we welcome the commitment by the Minister of Culture, Honourable V.F. Hlabisa, to ensure that the GPVF is classified as a national disaster. While we celebrate progress, we must also confront the harsh realities that many women still face. Gender-based violence and femicide remain one of the gravest crises confronting our nation. Economic inequality continues to disproportionately affect women, particularly young women and those living in the rural areas. International Women's Day therefore calls upon all of us, and I underline all of us, to work together to build a safer and more equitable society. I hope that message is carried across. The empowerment of women is not a symbolic gesture. It reserves for one day a year. It is a continuous commitment to justice, dignity, and equality. When women rise, families rise. When families rise, communities prosper. And when communities prosper, our nation moves forward. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The next speaker is the Honourable Peters.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, honorable members. As we celebrated International Women's Day, a day that celebrates the strength, resilience, and achievements of women across the world. It would be easy to stand here and only speak about how empowering it is to be a woman, and indeed it is. Women lead, women build families, women sustain communities, and women carry the hopes of generations. But today, we must also be honest about the painful realities women in South Africa still face. Gender-based violence continues to devastate our country. Too many women live in fear in the very spaces where they should feel safe. The fact that only a small percentage of rape cases lead to convictions is a painful reminder that justice still feels out of reach for too many victims. These challenges remind us that the fight for the rights, safety, and dignity of women is far from over. And yet, even in the face of these realities, there is something powerful that continues to shine through in South Africa, the resilience of the women themselves. Across our communities, we see activists, mothers, community leaders, and young women who refuse to accept violence and injustice as normal. We see women who organize, who advocate, and who stand for those who feel they have no voice. We saw the spirit clearly during the women's shutdown, when women from all walks of life stood together across the country demanding safety, dignity, and justice. It was a powerful reminder that when women unite, their voices cannot be ignored. So today, while we acknowledge the challenges, we must also hold on to hope. Hope that through stronger action, better implementation of our laws, and continued activism from civil society, we can build a South Africa where every woman feels safe, respected, and valued. Hope that young girls growing up in the country like Bulen in Reiche Park, Michaela Daniels in Saldanha will inherit a society that protects their dreams rather than threatens them. And hope that together government, communities, and women's movements will continue pushing forward until equality, dignity, safety are not aspirations but everyday realities for every woman in South Africa. To the women who continue to lead, to fight, and to uplift others, we see you, we honor you, and we thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The next speaker is the Honourable Dana.
Deputy Speaker, while celebrating International Women's Day, we have to confront the realities of women's rights, where we've come from, where we stand, and the battles that remain, both here in South Africa and across the world. International Women's Day is not a celebration of the status quo. It is a call to acknowledge hard-won gains, to expose ongoing injustices, and to demand more from ourselves and our leaders. The origins of International Women's Day trace to the early 20th century, born from struggles of working women in industrialized nations. Since those early days, the world has seen momentous shifts. Women gained the right to vote, employment opportunities expanded, and women now hold leadership positions once deemed unattainable. Laws forbidding discrimination, protecting reproductive rights, and addressing violence have been enacted in many places. Yet, these victories are far from universal, and their protections are often fragile. Despite progress, millions of women continue to live under regimes that systematically oppress them, like in Iran, where women are, amongst other things, denied freedoms of speech, movement, and assembly, and face brutal crackdowns for acts of resistance. In Afghanistan, the return of the Taliban has stripped girls of their right to education beyond the 6th grade. And in countless other countries, women are denied property rights, equal pay, and autonomy over their own bodies. These are not cultural quirks, they are violations of human rights, and we must name them as such. The fight for women's equality is not a distant struggle. It is our lived experience here in South Africa as well. Our country has some of the highest rates of gender-based violence in the world. Every day, an estimated 110 rape cases are reported to the police, though the true number is undoubtedly much higher. Staggering unemployment rates for women of more than 35% in general and more than 40% for black women rob them of economic independence and dignity. Gender inequality is not a statistic. It is a daily reality of fear, exclusion and diminished opportunity. En gepraat van onderdrukking, achtbare adjunkspeaker, gedurende die onlangse 47ste herdenking van die Islamitische revolusie, ironies genoeg, het ons eie minister van Vrouwensake, Suid-Afrika, of liewer die ANC se betrekkinge met die einste Iran as vriende en vennote beklemtoon. Iran is die land waar die meeste vroue jaarliks tereggestel word, met sowat 60 vroue wat verlede jaar tereggestel is. Verskeie menseregtegroepe raam die dood van betogers teen onderdrukking in Iran op sowat 30.000 mense. Is die ANC werklik so toondoof dat hulle al sterrig vasthou aan hulle historiese loyaliteite ten koste van duisende lewens en in teenstelling met die stryd vir gelykheid en vryheid waarop hulle so graag roem? Waarom veroordeel hierdie sogenaamde bevrydingsbeweging nie hulle vriend en vennoot se walglike mense en vroueregte vergrype in die openbaar nie? Kan dit werklik 'n geval wees van julle het ons gehelp toe ons onderdruk was en nou ondersteun ons julle in die onderdrukking van ander? In daardie geval moet die ANC dalk eerder glad nie aan hierdie debat deelneem nie. Let us be clear, solidarity is not an option, it is a necessity. When one woman is oppressed, all are diminished. Each of us must use our voice, our vote, and our collective power to demand change, whether in the halls of government, the workplace, or our own communities. Let us honor the legacy of those who came before us by refusing to accept anything less than full equality and dignity for every woman, everywhere. Thank you.
I now invite the Honourable Corby.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, Cynthia Enlow wrote, "The personal is international." So as we gather here today to reflect on International Women's Day, I would like to draw this House attention back home to a few numbers that tell a powerful story about the personal realities that are faced by women in this day and age in South Africa. 116, Madam Speaker. That is how many women are raped in South Africa every single day. That means 5 women every hour. Put differently, that's roughly 1 woman every 12 minutes. Honorable members, since we have been sitting in this August House this afternoon over the last 2 hours, 10 women in our country have been raped. We must ask ourselves, how has this become normal? What is it about our society that we tolerate levels of violence against women that are higher than in many countries that are currently at war today? How is it that in a constitutional democracy that's founded on dignity, equality, and freedom, so many women still live in fear of simply existing in public spaces, in their workplaces, and even in their own homes? Because the truth is this, honorable members, gender-based violence is a societal failure. It is a failure of justice when perpetrators believe they will never face consequences. It is a failure of leadership when government responds with statements and summits instead of sustained action. It is a failure when hundreds of police stations across this very country of ours do not have rape kits readily available. It is a failure that due to this lack of evidence and investigative capacity, only 18% of reported rape cases proceed to trial, and only around 4% of those actually result in actual convictions. It is a failure when the Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities spends 25.27 million on travel and conferences while women across this country continue to face violence and inadequate support. And it is a failure of all of us when we have become so accustomed to these statistics.
Please take your seat. There is a point of order. Honourable Minister, your point of order.
I think so, ma'am. I think the honourable member is misleading the House. because that is simply not true. Not true.
Honourable Minister, please submit a motion, a substantive motion in that regard. Honourable Member, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. Honourable Minister, this is a written reply that you have sent to us in a question that we have asked. On the spirit of accountability and transparency, your department has registered that you in fact have spent 25 million on travel and conferences since you have become a minister. Honourable Speaker, International Women's Day cannot simply be a moment for speeches and symbolic gestures. As Action SA, we call...
Honourable Corbett, please take your seat. Honourable Ministers, at a point of order, you cannot now go into a debate with the member at the podium.
No, I'm not, ma'am, but the honourable member is misleading the House.
So what
Because
rule?
the question was about
What
the
rule?
spending in the whole office, including the protectors, the staff, and everybody. It's not true what she's saying.
Honourable Minister, please submit a substantive motion. This is also a matter for debate. Honourable Corbett, please proceed.
In the spirit of accountability and transparency, once again, when our members of the executive spend large amounts on travel, they must reflect and understand that South Africans will ask them about it. As I continue, International Women's Day cannot be a moment of speeches and symbolic gestures. As Action SA, we call for a moment of honest reflection and introspection, and most importantly, decisive action. We must build a society with zero tolerance for sexual violence, where those who commit these crimes face swift consequences. We must ensure that victims are protected, supported, and provided with medical and psychological care that they need to recover and rebuild their lives. Because until every woman in this house can walk freely, live safely, and sleep without fear, our freedom remains unfinished. I thank you very much, House Chair.
The next speaker is the Honourable Swart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the ACDP believes that we as Christians and the Church should be the biggest champions and the loudest cheerers and the most proactive supporters and protectors of women. The Bible and the Christian worldview provides the most compelling reasons to cherish women across the world. Why is this? This is because women are made in God's image.
Please
This
take your
is a
seat.
breathtaking
Honourable
truth.
Swart, there is a point of order. Yes, Honourable Member, what is your point of order?
Uphindze ngibonge futhi sekela somlomo walendlu. Sekela somlomo bengicela kubuta ngalokukhulu ukutitfoba. Baphi bafati or bomake kule nhlangano ye-SADP. Kanti why ukuthi emadvods atokhuluma ngetindzaba tabo make benge ngathi bafati abakwati ukusukuma batikhulumele ngetindzaba tabo ngalokuhlukubeta bona. Indzaba kube madvods lakhulumayo. Indzaba kube netinhlangano lapha abafati bangaka representeki khona. Kanti bavoti base South Africa more than 50% ngebafati. Sivume kube netinhlangano letide bafati kuma caucus wabo. Siyindlu esishaya mthetho lesikhulu eSouth Africa. Indzaba speaker ngibuta wena ngiyabonga.
Honourable Member, once again, that is not a point of order. It is a point of debate. And it does seem that this is very important in terms of Honourable Kaula. It seems that it is a very sensitive point, and I would therefore ask parties to urge their political party leaders to make sure that women speak, because it does seem that most of the parties do not have women as leaders. So, Honourable Swart, please proceed.
Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Daniels, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, on which grounds or basis do you rule or urge parties to decide who must speak for them?
Honourable Member, if you listened carefully, what I said was that it is up to parties to perhaps urge their leaders when allocating speakers. Nobody is dictating, because it does seem it is sensitive, so please take note in your party. Honourable Swart, please proceed.
So today we in the ACDP wish to honor and give thanks to all the women in our nation, the grandmothers, the sisters, the daughters, the granddaughters. I, in particular, would like to honor my own mother. I would like to honor my dear wife, Louise, without whose prayers and encouragement, I would not be able to fulfill my God-given purpose and destiny in Parliament. She is indeed a Proverbs 31 woman, a virtuous wife whose worth is far above rubies. In our communities, we can applaud the women in our midst who are serving their families, their businesses, their non-profits, their friends and their churches for the good of their communities and to the glory of God. At the same time, we need to look for ways to serve and uplift women who are oppressed and hurting, denied the opportunity to thrive. We can pray and we can seek justice for marginalized women. A brief glance at global headlines reveals a bleak picture for women in many places. In many countries, there's a preference for sons, limited access for girls to education and healthcare, physical and sexual violence against women, human trafficking, the exclusion of women in politics, and various cultural practices that put women and girls at risk. Yes, there is much work to be done on behalf of the millions of women globally. Seeking their protection and honor is a worthy and biblical endeavor. So let's celebrate this day, not just because it's catchy and a social trend, but because we have a reason and a fight to uplift and protect our women. Let's honor the Creator of the world by honoring His daughters around the world, by protecting and seeking justice for His daughters around the world. I thank you.
The Honourable Nomtenja.
Deputy Speaker, International Women's Day is dedicated to recognizing the achievements of women and raising awareness about the challenges that women continue to face around the world. This day confirms that the problems facing women in the whole world are similar. Across continents, irrespective of culture or level of development, women continue to face violence, economic exclusion, and structural inequality. After centuries of human existence and decades of modern governance, we must admit that sustainable solutions to these injustices remain incomplete, particularly in confronting murder, rape, and domestic violence directed at women. Women play vital roles in families, communities, workplaces, and governments. Women have helped shape the world. This day is an opportunity to appreciate their achievements and encourage young women to believe that they can achieve their goals and aspirations. International Women's Day draws attention to gender inequality. In many parts of the world, women still face challenges such as GBVF, unequal pay, and discrimination in the workplace. Celebrating women only on one day is not enough. Respect and equality should be practiced every day, not just a yearly celebration. The global call of rights, justice, action for all women and girls, and the principle of give to gain must therefore be understood not as slogans but as obligations. This day must strengthen our resolve to act with consistency and integrity. The advancement of women is inseparable from the advancement of the Republic. We must work together as a nation to build a fair and equal society for all. I thank you.
The next party is Rise, but I do not see the Honourable Gama. We will then move on to the Honourable Shlazu Webster.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think the issue that is being raised today and that is becoming quite contentious about the representation of women on this podium is not merely about who speaks and whether women speak. I think it's at its core about who leads and whether women actually lead. And that is because meaningful women's advancement is measured in leadership, it's measured in opportunity, it's measured in power. And yet power itself remains a word many are very uncomfortable hearing women speak about openly. But power is not abstract. It's what determines whose voice is heard in a room like this one. It's what determines whose realities are taken seriously. It's what determines whose ideas and solutions govern our society. It shows itself in numbers. It shows itself in how many women occupy positions of public leadership, how many women lead in the marketplace, and in whether women are given real pathways to economic mobility and decision-making authority. We have the local government elections approaching. And I think it's fitting to reflect on the fact that only 1 in 3 mayors in South Africa is a woman. Yet women lead every single day in this country. They lead in households, they lead communities, they hold families together, they hold our fragile economies together in cities, in townships and in villages. Yet when it comes to formal power, when it comes to leading municipalities, shaping policy, suddenly the trust in women disappears. Women who already carry leadership in society are too rarely entrusted with positions where their leadership can actually multiply in impact and transform at scale. And so the approaching local government elections give us a chance to change that story, and I challenge every political party that is in this house to make a deliberate effort to put more women forward as women candidates, as councillors, and as mayoral candidates. Beyond politics, in the broader economy, you see the same story. You see that men are earning on average 16% more than women for performing the same job. Only 1/3 of women board members are on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, and the list could go on. And then we must be honest about our very own multi-party women's caucus in this parliament. It is a body that is supposed to champion gender equality across party lines, but it is one of the most disorganized bodies that sits in this parliament. But worse than that, it does not have the power to summon ministers. It does not have the power to demand documents or conduct oversight, and so then it becomes a little more than a talk shop. If we're serious about the advancement of women, then that caucus has to have real teeth. And finally, the challenge is not only representation, it's integrity. Some of the men who will speak here today about the advancement of the women are the same people who will, after hours, degenerate women to istoko and start calling them istoko. You can't do that and then come and tell us that women are going to lead. Representation must translate into power. Thank you.
Honourable Shabangu.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. This debate is not only an event for us to come and table our views. It is a platform for us to reflect on the important role that is played by women in all struggles that we face in the country. It gives us an opportunity to interrogate how we've been responding to struggle for social justice and right for women. This struggle lies at the heart of our democratic transformation. Our current conditions remind us that the struggle for total liberation continues. The courageous women who led the 1956 march assist us to mirror the impact women have in changing lives and shaping a more just an equal society. Today, we debate the urgent need to center social justice and the right of women and girls. We reaffirm that their safety, dignity, and empowerment are not secondary concerns, but fundamental pillars of our democratic South Africa. The ANC wants to reaffirm that the full realization of social justice and human rights for women and girls has always been central to our transformation agenda. We say this because historically, ANC has always understood that the freedom of our nation is incomplete without the liberation of women. We have developed one of the progressive legislative framework for gender equality in the world. These legislative framework include domestic violence, the Criminal Law Act, the Protection from Harassment Act, the National Council of Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Act, which collectively seek to protect women and girls from violence and exploitation. However, members, we also acknowledge that the legislations alone cannot transform society if we don't work together as a country to confront social realities that continue to undermine the dignity and safety of women and girls. In this debate today, we will not ignore the lively realities of many women across the globe, which demonstrate that sustainable peace cannot be achieved without the voice of women. Mama Winnie once said, I quote, "Peace and freedom are inseparable. No one can be at peace unless they have their freedom." Women were not spectators in the struggle for democracy. They were leaders, they were organizers, they were moral compass of our liberation, close quote. It is in this context that we believe legacy of our freedom fighters carries with it a huge recognition of the role of women. Hence, we have a reflection of our country's commitment in the National Action Plan. Honorable Deputy Speaker, as a society, if we are truly committed in advancing the rights of women, we must begin by safeguarding the rights of girls. When girls are denied safety, education, and dignity, inequality reproduces itself across generations. The ANC has always placed education at the center of empowerment. Since the democratic dispensation, millions of children have gained access to schooling through policies such as expansion of no school fees, SDP, and so on. There are so many things that the ANC have done. These interventions have ensured that girls, particularly from poor and rural communities, remain in school and they are protected from the cycle of poverty and vulnerability. In response to the persisting challenges of violence against women and exploitation, government has strengthened the legal and institutional framework through amendment to sexual offences legislation, expanding victim support services, implementation of national strategy on GBVF, and the recent classification of GBVF as a national disaster. We need to build committees that affirm the dignity of girls, where everyone in the society takes the responsibility to protect women and girls. The celebration of International Women's Day also challenges us to look further than physical violence that women experience. We also need to draw closer to how disrespect, objectification, and exploitation is normalized. Soft violence is another form of violence that women go through. This manifests itself in different forms, and amongst those is popular culture that commodifies women's body, the entertainment industry that reinforces harmful stereotypes, and sectors such as hospitality, where women are often subjected to harassment and exploitation. The struggle for women's rights is inseparable from the broader struggle for social justice. It is about dismantling of the inequality that deny women economic freedom, political voice, and their autonomy. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the ANC had a long-standing commitment to gender parity and inclusive leadership. We have made so many examples. We have seen the changes that are happening in Parliament. It is what the ANC is taking into consideration to acknowledge women. The ANC remains steadfast in fighting for rights of women and girls and building on the legacy of those who marched before us, ensuring that future generations inherit a South Africa where every woman is and every girl can live freedom. I want to close by a quote from Mama Celia Flores, the wife of President Nicolas Maduro, who said, I open quote, "Women are not flowers to be admired. We are the strength, we are the struggle, we are the builders of the future. Women carry their own light, a light that no one will ever be able to turn it off." I thank you.
The Honourable Ismail Musa.
Assalamu alaikum, universal greetings of peace. International Women's Day call for the rights, justice and action for all women and girls. Most divine books establishes and highlights dignity, equality and respect for all women.
Honourable Member, please take your seat. Honourable Member, what is your point of order? I'm not going to allow you, however, to make another speech.
Speak. Can I proceed?
Yes, what is your point of order?
Ngiyabonga Sekela Somlomo waleli. Sekela Somlomo kutaba ngathi sineliqhubu. Uma siphinza futhi siyisho lendvu. Kuthi kubalekile kuthi bafati or women babe represented in the highest echelons of power. Men cannot discuss issues of women alone and take decisions for us. Without there's no discussion of women without women.
Member, you are now.
There are two members of Al-Jama. One must be a woman here.
You are now out.
They withdraw Al-Jama, withdraw a woman to bring another man in Parliament.
You are now showing contempt for the chair. I am cautioning you. Honourable Ismail Musa, please proceed.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker, for respecting the rights. Women's Day calls for the rights, justice and action of all women and girls. Most divine books establishes and highlights dignity, equality and respect for all women. Women are the pillars of a society and family, holding respected roles as mothers, wives and independent economic agents. We honor the resilience and leadership of women throughout the world who continue to be the rock in the struggle against imperialism. The world is shuddering of the brutal conduct of continuous US bombings of women and girls, mainly for those that fall victim. When immediate action is not taken place by the international community, we should hang our heads in shame for allowing these atrocities, destruction of human lives in the quest to either occupy and steal land and enrich themselves with the resources of others. Al-Jama honors the brave stance of Celia Flores, the wife of Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro, who refused to leave her husband's side when the US abducted them during a military invasion. We advocate and call upon international community to support the release of parliamentarian Celia and support the hashtag Bring Them Back campaign. Al-Jama condemns the trumped-up charges against Dr. Afia Siddiqui that is in prison for 20 years. Al-Jama condemns harassment, threats, and lobbying against former Minister Naledi Pandor. Al-Jama continues its fight for women equality and liberation. As a member of Parliament, members in this House, especially the EFF lady that just stood up, the Member of Parliament, would have noticed that after every speech, I resonate strongly for what I am largely sloganed with.
And now invite the Honourable Mashlatsi, Honourable Adams. Please proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, colleagues. God bless the South African woman, because they have to deal with the rest of us. On the Cape Plus tonight, pray for the 10 mothers that will lose their children. Pray for the trauma that they have to endure. Acknowledge the fact that this government offers them no assistance, no counseling, no empowerment opportunities, and understand that while they deal with the grief of the lost child, they have to raise entire families by themselves. I am the product of a household headed by a woman. Every friend I've ever had was the product of a household headed by a woman. But in the Western Cape, we've just employed 1,000, 1,000 learners at the Department of Labour. Only 3 of them are coloured. This government has ensured that many hundreds of coloured mothers will grieve the lives of their children as they turn to drugs because of a lack of opportunities. Chair, acknowledge the pain of the coloured woman. I ask of this House, thank you.
Honourable Mashlatsi.
There you go. Thank you, Chairperson. Khotso, Ma-Afrika. African history is rich with women who stood at the front line of resistance long before the modern struggle for liberation was written into textbooks. These women were warriors, strategists, diplomats, and revolutionaries. If wealth were an investable result of hard work and enterprise, every woman in Africa will be a millionaire. From West Africa, we remember Asiteo of Ghana, who led the war of the Golden Stool against the colonial rule in 1900. Demonstrating the defense of sovereignty was not duty for men alone. From the region that is today Angola, we honor Queen Zinga.
Honourable Mashlatsi, please take your seat. Honourable Deputy Minister, you raised your hand. Honourable Mashlatsi, please take your seat.
No, thank you, Deputy Speaker. EFF is not consistent. They are sellout of women's struggle.
Honourable Deputy Minister.
LCC has 3 people.
Honourable Deputy Minister.
LCC has 3.
I am ruling you out of order for that comment. Honourable Mashlatsi, please proceed.
From West Africa, we remember Asiteo of Ghana, who led the war of the Golden Stool against colonial rule in 1900, demonstrating that defense of the sovereignty was not only the duty for men. From the region that is today Angola, we honor Queen Zinga, a formidable strategist who resisted Portuguese colonialism with unmatched diplomatic and military brilliance. In Azania, we salute the flowers of the revolution, the Sandinista women combats, the Zebra women in Zimbabwe, and the Fapla female combat of Angolan Liberation War. Across the continent, women rose in defiance of colonial domination. In Namibia, Anna Munguna became the symbol of defiance when she confronted the brutality of apartheid regime. In Zambia, Julia Chikamunyika mobilized women against colonial rule, while in Malawi, Rose Chibamba became the fearless voice of the national independence. In Tanzania, we salute Megetru Shope, who became the voice of women in Lusaka and led women's section to the end of the decade in Nairobi in 1985. Mozambique's liberation movement was strengthened by the courage of Josina Machel,
who dedicated the armed struggle and embodied the principle that the liberation must include the emancipation of women themselves. In Tanzania, Bibi Titi Mohammed mobilized thousands of women in the struggle of self-determination. In Mali, Onketi played a pivotal role in the political awakening that led to independence. In Lesotho, we salute the bravery and courage of the UAT President, Dr. Mahadi Pamutsi, and to you we say, Haumeche, Mulimong was Chabasohle.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time has
The dream of the African demand nothing less. African women did not merely participate in history, they made history.
Honourable Schikkerling.
Good afternoon, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Good afternoon, Honourable Members. If South Africa stopped for just one day, the country would quickly discover who truly keeps it running. It is not speeches in this House, and it is not policy documents. It is the woman of South Africa. Let me tell you about a woman in South Africa. Not a famous woman, not a woman whose name keeps making headlines, just an ordinary woman. At 4:30 in the morning, she wakes up. Before the sun rises, before the city stirs, before Parliament debates policy and budgets, she's already working. She's a mother packing school lunches. She's a provider stretching the last of the groceries to feed a family. She's a chauffeur walking children to school because taxis are too expensive and the streets are unsafe. She's a wife standing strong beside her partner, holding her family together through every challenge. And by 8 a.m., she has already worn more hats than most people will wear in a day. She's a daughter checking on aging parents. She's a sister helping siblings who have lost a job. She's an aunt helping to raise children who are not even her own. And in many homes across South Africa, she's the only stable pillar holding her family together. By midday, she may be working formally or informally, running a small business, cleaning homes, selling food on a street corner, working in an office, working in a hospital, working in a school, working in a mine, trying to create a life. Because women are not only the backbone of their families, they are also the backbone of our economy. But the day of a South African woman does not end at 5 o'clock. When work ends, her second shift begins. Dinner must be cooked. Homework must be supervised. Uniforms must be hand-washed. Problems must be solved. Tears must be wiped. And dreams must be encouraged. And even when her body rests, her mind does not. The mental to-do list is endless. The school fees due next week. The clinic appointment that can't be missed. The cousin who needs a reference for a job. She is the CEO of a household that can never ever declare bankruptcy. And when something goes wrong, when a child does not come home, when a loved one disappears, when violence erupts in a neighborhood, it is often the women that respond first. In gang-ridden communities and unsafe neighborhoods, it is the sisters, the mothers, the aunties, and the grannies who walk the streets at night searching for their loved ones. They are the ones that organize search parties. They knock on doors. They phone hospitals. They search street by street. And when they cannot find answers, they often sit outside police stations for hours, waiting for help to arrive. Help which sadly, more often than not, does never come. Because women carry not only their own fears, but they also carry the fears of everyone they love. And yet, despite everything women carry, they carry something else too, something we all carry, risk. Because in South Africa today, a woman faces a higher risk of being assaulted, abused, or raped simply because she is a woman. This is the reality we cannot ignore, and yet, despite the dangers, despite the exhaustion, and despite the heartbreak, women keep showing up, and they carry hope. They keep raising children, they keep holding families together, they keep building communities, they keep working, they keep leading, they keep believing that tomorrow can be better than today. Honourable House Chair, International Women's Day is often filled with beautiful speeches about empowerment. But empowerment cannot be a word we say just once a year. Empowerment means safety, and it means justice. It must mean opportunity. It must mean a country where women can walk home at night without fear. A country where mothers do not have to bury their children due to violence. A country where daughters can dream about their future without worrying whether they will survive that day. And that is why the Democratic Alliance believes words must be matched with action. Action that ensures police stations are properly resourced and staffed so that when women do seek help, they are not left waiting for hours. Action that ensures FCS units are strengthened so that violent criminals are caught and prosecuted. Action that ensures DNA backlogs are eliminated and forensic services function properly so that evidence leads to convictions. Action that ensures specialized GBV courts and victim support services are properly resourced so survivors are treated with dignity and cases move swiftly through the justice system. And action that allows capable provinces and local governments to play a greater role in policing, delivering faster, more effective responses to crime in our communities. Because safety should never, ever, ever depend on luck. Honourable House Chair, if South Africa truly wants to honour women, we must do more than celebrate them. We must protect them and we must support them. We must build a country where their daughters inherit opportunity instead of fear. Because the truth is this, South Africa does not run on speeches. South Africa runs on the strength of its women, and it is time that this nation finally match their strength with action. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will now recognize Honourable Chauke.
Podium. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, Chairperson, and Honourable members and fellow South Africans. As I stand before you, we're not here just to spew out rhetoric, but we are here to speak about the lived realities of women across the globe and across South Africa. We're here to also speak about the milestones and the achievements that have been made to the empowerment, emancipation, and promoting of the rights of women across South Africa. We must not always be gloomy and look at darkness, but yet appreciate and also acknowledge, highlighting and elevating the achievements that have been made in ensuring women's economic emancipation and empowerment. The African National Congress has been very clear. In fact, the African National Congress presents itself in this National Assembly by example through its representation of women, not only in Parliament, in the executive, and in provinces and in municipalities. We challenge other political parties to do this. We know parties that belong to Abu Baba might find it difficult, but nonetheless we proceed. We must say, as the African National Congress, we have been very clear and intent in ensuring women's economic emancipation and empowerment, ensuring that we leave no one behind, ensuring that we embrace women in their diversity, from women from rural and township backgrounds, from women who come from farming areas, women who are disabled, and women from the LGBTQIA+ communities, women from national interest groups, must never be left behind. We have pushed progressive legislations and policies to ensure this, but we are not dead but alive to the reality that policy and legislation does not only live in these corners and these corridors, in papers and in rhetoric, in speeches. It requires intent and implementation. And this is a clear call to action to say those who are the custodians to ensure the implementation of these policies and these legislations must ensure that they are implemented. Otherwise, consequences must follow. The African National Congress has been very clear. When we speak about unpaid care work, we're working very hard to push the BIG, which is the Basic Income Grant, that seeks to ensure that women who are taking care of their families, women who are caregivers to their children with disabilities, to the elderly, they are able to gain sustainable income whilst supporting their families. Others have spoken about grants, and yes, we appreciate the grants. I say to my own political party, this is just a step forward. We must create more sustainable opportunities for our women that seek to say women-owned businesses must be in the forefront. But the reality is the African National Congress and this National Assembly, including maybe not MK, but other political parties who have been here in the past to pass legislation that says set-aside procurement must be prioritized. The ones that have said that we must have gender-responsive budgeting. Now, gender-responsive budgeting is something that we have in policy, but not in principle and not in practice. And therefore, we call for government departments to reprioritize gender-responsive budgeting. We must have accountability measures. We must ensure cross-interdepartmental collaboration. Now, I want to address something very disturbing. I think, Honorable Kanyile, maybe perhaps you might have missed this in our meeting this morning of our Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities Portfolio Committee. But it was said that the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Department of Health, and other department relevant stakeholders, civil society, industry experts gathered to test what was put into the public, the misconception of unsafe sanitary products. And the task team has committed itself to ongoing work. It is not a task team that is set as a temporary structure, but it will continue with its investigations, it will continue to ensure compliance, and it will ensure that our regulators are meeting the standards, including our suppliers and distributors. And therefore, we must allow for that course to proceed. Now, one spoke about the minister's budget. Perhaps you should do further investigation, XNSA. The minister's budget does not belong solely to Minister Cindy Chikunga. The response was given to you on behalf of the ministry. This is a budget that is not allocated to Honorable Cindy Chikunga. So misleading South Africans for you to gain political gains, it's unfair, especially on such an important debate. Women across the country, across the globe, are looking to South Africa. We are groundbreakers, we break barriers, and we also set trends. We have some of the most progressive legislations that promote and protect the rights of women, whereby we've got other African countries, including other international and global partners, who have an interest in engaging and also adopting some of the legislations that we in this National Assembly have passed when it comes to women's empowerment. Now, I would like to speak about young women who are often forgotten. I'm a young woman myself. We deal with young women who are often sexualized, who are often abused, who are often slaves because they want opportunities. We say the miniskirt that I wear is not for you to be enticed. The cleavage that I show is not for you to look at me as a piece of meat. It is my confidence standing up. I stand boldly and I stand clearly. Young women must no longer offer sexual favors in order for them to gain access to opportunities. Young women must no longer be taken as historical, and yet you know yourselves as you sit here. We are not historical. We are intellects. We are capable. We are confident.
Honorable members, can we please note down the speaker? Continue, honorable member.
Thank you very much. We've got women who are in the science and technology space, who require more advanced support and budget allocation. We must ensure that those who are in early childhood development must be encouraged to go into the STEM sector. They must go into science. We must have more innovators. And in fact, we've got scientists, we've got innovators that are not celebrated. We must start to be the celebrators of those innovators. We must promote science, maths, and technology across all board. To our homemakers, we see you, we hear you. The African National Congress has always been with you. The Women's League has always been in the forefront, leading and taking charge. Women's League fought, and now we stand with a declaration of a national disaster on gender-based violence. We have been given a legislation that speaks to the National Council on Gender-Based Violence. President, let us not waste time with formally instituting the National Council on Gender-Based Violence so that it can hit the ground running. Let us ensure that the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability is no longer receiving the peanut budget that it has always received. It requires more budget in order for us to address the inequalities that continue to persist. And therefore, Treasury, I speak to you and I say what you're giving this department is inadequate. We need to be giving it more so it can have more teeth to bite on. Departments, you have the responsibility to ensure that women are emancipated and are empowered. Civil society also has a responsibility. Civil servants, as you sit here, you've got a collective responsibility. GBV, gender responsibility, women's empowerment does not belong to just females or me as a woman. It belongs to all of us. And therefore, a man who stands here and debates on behalf of women is a man of dignity and of strength. And we thank you. Sithi malibongwe! Uzayithola kanjani? Ukhohlela khoneni?
Expired.
Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. That concludes the debate. I will now allow the secretary to read the second order.
Debate on Human Rights Day, celebrating 30 years of the Bill of Rights as a sovereign and free constitutional republic.
I will now recognize the Minister of Mineral and Petroleum Resources. The tiger.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, honorable members, thank you very much. Human Rights Day serves as a poignant reminder of the apartheid brutality and the massacre of 69 people in Sharpeville and 20 people in Langa on the 21st of March in 1960 and 1985. We're giving you this reminder because the 1985 was a massacre on people who were remembering the massacre in Sharpeville. So let's pull them together. If we don't remind ourselves of that massacre, we'll have a wrong picture about what the Human Rights Day is. Out of that experience, a solemn declaration was made: never again shall the people of this land be subjected to a system of demise that denies their humanity and dignity and freedom. There would never be another massacre to protect the system from the people. That is what Human Rights Day is all about. That's why 30 years ago, South Africa adopted a constitution that fundamentally altered the political and moral character of our nation. At the center of the constitution is the Bill of Rights. So if you don't trace the massacres, you just jump into the Bill of Rights, you will distort the essence of this day. That's why this debate, therefore, calls for an honest assessment of the progress made over the past 30 years, defend the Constitution, and recommit ourselves to unfinished work of transformation. That transformation is standing on all the three legs. The first point that must be clearly stated is that the Constitution didn't emerge in isolation. It is a direct continuation of the vision articulated by the Freedom Charter historically, which declared that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, and that wealth of the country shall be shared. That is the basis of the Constitution. And these were not abstract ideals. They were demands of the people who had been denied the most basic human rights. It is therefore important to remind ourselves that our constitutional order is a product of liberation struggle, and it remains one of the most important achievements of the struggle itself. It has become fashionable in some quarters to dismiss the past 30 years as a period of failure. Such claims collapse under even the most basic scrutiny. People who say that nothing happened over the last 30 years are actually delusional. They don't have the reality of the world. They will never understand that since the Constitution came into force, South Africa has made significant progress in advancing the rights and well-being of its people. You can ignore it if you want to close your eyes, but the reality will hit you in your face. Now, today, 93% of South Africans have access to electricity. It is up to you to emphasize the problems that go with this mass access to electricity. And we must appreciate that it is mass access that is accompanied with problems that go with mass access. That goes with millions of households that have access to water. I know that there is a long debate about water crisis. What is not debated is why the water crisis. And the reality is that water has been given to more people than it was in 1994. You can accuse us of anything else except access. Now, you can talk about housing. Many people have access to houses, but you will ignore it if you wish to do so. Healthcare is much different, and the education is different. You can go anywhere. Every university in South Africa has the majority of student population being black. In 2025, only one university had 42.8% of its population.
House Chair.
Being 42.8. That was the
Minister.
UCT.
Honorable Minister?
Yes.
Can you please take a seat? There's a hand. Honorable Reddy?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I wonder
What are
if
you
the-
raising on?
Yes, I want to know if the minister is
What
prepared to
rule
take
is he
a
raising
question on all these things he's
don't
telling
ask
us,
the
whether it
question.
is
Don't
true,
ask
because I don't know
Honorable
which
Reddy.
country he's living in.
Honorable Reddy?
So I'd like to know if he's living in
Honorable
South
Reddy.
Africa.
Honorable
Will he
Reddy.
take the question?
I will rule you out of order and I will not ask the minister if he's willing to take the question.
Please ask him.
Because I
Thank
was
you.
addressing you that you do not ask that question. You ask if the minister will be able to take a question. I will then ask that.
will
But
the
you don't
mini-
proceed.
okay.
When I tell you to not proceed, you don't proceed.
Will the minister be prepared to
No,
take the
don't
question?
Please rule. Do not
House Chair,
proceed.
please rule him out of order,
Do
man.
not proceed.
We've got work to do. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Reddy is asking if you are willing to take a question.
It's not a debating society. It's a question where we present and this
Honorable
party
Minister,
will
are you
present.
willing to take a question?
I'm not going to take any question.
Thank you very much. Honorable Reddy, you've got your
Let me go
response.
to mining. That is where I am deployed. 80% of mining force is black. 78,000 plus are women. That issue is very important because it represents providing children when we remember that historically black mine workers were denied blasting certificates. Women were legally prohibited from working in the mines. This progress is visible and you can feel the pace of it. From the industry where black ownership was non-existent today, if you go to coal mining, it is largely black owned and black managed. And people choose to ignore that progress. That is material. With visible progress in platinum, in gold, and manganese, you can check it yourselves. Equally important, if you take what we call social labor plans, we ensure that companies contribute directly to the development of communities. When mining once left only holes on the ground, it now leaves schools and clinics. If you are not in a mining community, you will not know what I'm talking about because you are removed from reality. These are not symbolic achievements. They represent realization of socio-economic rights contained in the Bill of Rights. Indeed, today is better than yesterday. However, there is a growing tendency in the public discourse to dismiss any reflection on the past 3 decades as an attempt to live in the past. This argument is dishonest. It ignores the scale of historical injustice that South Africa inherited and the complexity of transforming a society structured by centuries of colonialism and decades of apartheid. Now, in the majority of cases, people who never tested apartheid give us long lectures about better to go back to apartheid. They never tested it. They don't know it. We know it. We tested it. We know the difference. Now, understanding our past is not nostalgia. It is about recognizing structural realities that continue to shape our present. No society can chart a credible future if it refuses to confront the historical forces that produce current conditions. If you taste any negativity, it's a product of many years of colonialism and apartheid. If you never tasted it, I can only wish you good luck. At the same time, we must acknowledge that the Constitution has become a subject of contestation. Some argue that Constitution stands in the way of transformation. The truth is exactly the opposite. The Constitution mandates us to be involved in transformation. That's what the Constitution. If we don't do it, it's a different matter. But the Constitution is actually mandating us to transform society. The Bill of Rights obliges the state to respect, promote, protect, and fulfill the rights of all, including right to dignity, equality, fair labor practice, socio-economic development. That's what the Bill of Rights is all about. If you don't respect it, it's a practice of a human being in defiance of the framework that is provided. It requires the state to actively confront poverty, unemployment, and exclusion. When we talk of exclusion, I know many young people will only dream about it. They don't know how painful it is to be excluded. That's why many who were never excluded argue that we must do away with BEE, because they have no sense of what exclusion is all about. Then they argue that BEE must be done away with because they have no sense of what exclusion is all about. Now, yet, there are some who go beyond policy disagreement and attempt to undermine the democratic state itself. Some even travel beyond our borders to misinterpret our country and its transformation programs.
Your time has expired.
Thank you very much. I'm happy that once we went to the US are coming back.
I will now recognize Honorable Malinga.
Sihlalo walendlu Mongameli wabantu owancama ukuhlala esilungwini wabuyela emakhaya kwaNkomo New Polish enkandla His Excellency Jacob Gedle Ihlekisa mhlanganyelwa zintombi zimcela ukhisi noma ephuthume enkantolo ma-Afrika comrades ngokukhethekile ngibingelele nasemakhaya ama-members omkhonto wesizwe. Today we are gathered to commemorate Human Rights Day, a day that is rooted in the painful history of the Sharpeville massacre. Beke sikhohle ukuthi noma iSharpeville massacre ikhona kodwa ne-massacre yaseMarekane abasebenzi bekhalela amalungelo abo. That was a massacre. A Pan-African Black Consciousness Day that should be remembered. Lolu suku alulona nje usuku lokukhumbula kodwa liyisikhumbuzo sokuthi amalungelo abantu atholakala ngentengo ephezulu, atholakala ngenyembezi nokuphalala kwegazi labantu abamnyama. Sekuphela iminyaka engama-30 sathola inkululeko yethu ngaphansi komthethosisekelo onconywa emazweni onke. Kodwa-ke umbuzo omkhulu uthi ingabe abantu base-South Africa bakhululeke ngempela yini na? Are we truly free when millions still living without amanzi, izindlu ezihloniphekile, imigwaqo ehlelekile kanye nemisebenzi? Batsho balapha, batsho bahese bethi. Namhlanje sikhuluma iqiniso elibuhlungu. Abantu abaningi basemalokishini, ngingabala ilokishi lase-Hammarsdale KwaZulu-Natal, uDambuza, abakwaMashu, iChesterville, iLamont, iSoweto, iMdantsane nendawo zasemakhaya. Ungabala eNgoje, kwaHlabisa, eMpangeni, kwaNongoma, eCala. Basaphila ngaphansi kwezimo ezinzima. Amanzi awekho, no proper sanitation, no tar road. Lokho akuyona inkululeko eyafelwa obaba uHerry Gwala. Kuyadabukisa ukuthi labo ababesicindezele ngaphansi kohlelo lwe-apartheid namanje basazuza kakhulu emnothweni walelizwe. The economic structure of apartheid remain largely intact. Izwe lethu lisaphethwe abambalwa abamhlophe kanti iningi lisabhekene nobubha. Sithi namanje no land, no real freedom. Abanye bethu bathi one loaf, one family. Tina City, one acre, one family. Without land, there is no dignity, no economic justice, no future. Njengoba-ke umongameli wabantu, umongameli uJacob Zuma, umongameli walelizwe wangaphambili, wakhuluma nge-radical economic transformation. I quote amazwi akhe, open quote, political freedom without economic freedom is a crime, close quote. Lokhu kusho ukuthi inkululeko yezepolitiki kuphela ayanele niyezwa GNU. Abantu kumele bathole umhlaba, amathuba omnotho kanye nengcebo yezwe labo. Singakhulumi ngemayini kanti kuzuza abambalwa, abantu abamnyama bazuzi lapho. Sithiwe namhlanje isikhathi sesifikile sokuthi radical economic transformation ibe yinto ebonakalayo, kungabi yinto ebhalwe emaphepheni, ibhalwe emqulwini kodwa inga-implementwa, kungabi inkulumo kuphela nje. Kumele sibuyisele umhlaba kubantu, sakha amathuba emisebenzi, futhi siqede ukungalingani kwabantu okwashiya ondlebe ikhanya ilanga, laba-ke esenilele embhedeni owodwa nabo njengokhongolose. Mhlambe namhlanje njengoba sikhuluma nge-human rights, siyazibuza ukuthi kaze abasebenzi balapha elithuli baholile yini kule nyanga?
IMK Xoshebani.
Kubantu bakithi sithi,
Honorable members, especially from this side, it can't be that it is your member on the podium, but you are the most that is drowning him. It cannot be. No. Can we allow a member to finish so that we all listen to what he is saying? Continue, Honorable Member.
kubantu bakithi sithi asingalahli ithemba. Umzabalaza awukapheli. Amalungelo abantu awapheli ngokubhalwa komthetho nasekutolikeni isingisi esikhulu kube imqulu yalelizwe, kodwa ngokushintsha kweimpilo zabantu. Human rights must mean water in every home. Human rights must mean decent roads, jobs and land. Human rights must mean the restoration of dignity of African people and black people in general. Masikhumbule ukuthi inkululeko yangempela izofika kuphela uma wonke umuntu ezwa ushintsho empilweni yakhe, ethola umhlaba. Ngiyavala ngokuthi thatha mkhonto, thatha umbuso mkhonto, thatha mkhonto, abaleka amasela, thatha amandla, umhlaba awubuyela abantwini babo. Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will now recognize Honorable Mo.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. 30 years after the Bill of Rights, we should ask ourselves a question. Do these rights live only in our Constitution, or do they live in the daily lives of our people? Because rights are not proved by commemorative debates. They are proved at the kitchen tap, they are proved in schools, they are proved in the clinic ward, they are proved in the dignity with which an ordinary family can live. Few rights test our democracy more clearly than the right to water. Our Constitution says that everyone has the right to have access to sufficient food and water. This is not decorative language. it is not a slogan, it is a promise. Water is a foundational right. It supports dignity. It supports health. It supports education and it supports growth. Without water, a child cannot learn in a safe school. Without water, a clinic cannot protect health. Without water, a family cannot live with dignity. So when water fails, rights fail with it. That is why South Africa's water crisis is not only an infrastructure crisis. It is not only an engineering problem, it is a human rights crisis. And that should trouble every one of us in this House. Because as millions of South Africans sit with dry taps and sewage spills, this is not some distant policy failure. It is a present test of whether our democracy delivers more than words. The promise of the Bill of Rights was never that South Africans would be free on paper, but abandoned in practice. Yet for too many South Africans, the lived reality is very different. Dry taps, polluted rivers, broken pumps, failed treatment works, water tankers instead of pipelines, communities told again to be patient. But people cannot drink patience. They cannot wash with patience. They cannot live in dignity on patience. And let us be honest, progressive realization cannot become progressive collapse. This crisis is not mysterious. In too many places, it is not even mainly a crisis of scarcity. It is a crisis of governance. It is what happens when maintenance is delayed year after year. It is what happens when technical skill is hollowed out. It is what happens when water revenue is diverted away from water services. It is what happens when wastewater works are allowed to fail, losses are tolerated, and consequences disappear. The Constitution did not fail South Africans. The state has too often failed the Constitution. Because human rights are not made real by aspiration alone, they are made real by the discipline of a capable state. Honest procurement, skilled appointments, routine maintenance, credible budgets, working systems, and consequences for failure. That may sound less romantic, colleagues, but that is exactly how rights live or die. Another summit is not water. Another promise is not water. Another statement is not water. South Africans do not live in plans, they live in municipalities. Yes, national government has duties. Yes, Parliament must exercise oversight. And yes, reform matters. But in community after community, the immediate collapse is local. Neglected infrastructure, sewage in the streets, broken billing, lost revenue, water losses that should shame any administration, and political protection for failure. But our duty is not only to lament, it is to act. Political parties cannot escape responsibility for the governments they run. They can remove failing mayors. They can discipline those who preside over collapse. They can stop protecting dysfunction for the sake of party unity. They can stop speaking beautifully in Parliament while governing disastrously in councils. As the Democratic Alliance, we will continue to use every lever available to defend this right, in Parliament, in councils, and alongside communities demanding accountability. But this cause is bigger than any one party, because no child is protected by excuses when the school toilet does not work. No patient, colleagues, is helped by rhetoric when the clinic has no water, and no democracy honors its Bill of Rights while basic services decay before our eyes. But, Honourable Speaker, this debate cannot end in anger. It must point to a better path. South Africa is not doomed to failure. Decline is not destiny. There is another path, a path of competence over collapse, a path of accountability over excuse, a path of maintenance over decay, a path of professionalism over patronage, and a path of delivery over rhetoric. And if we choose that path in water, we do far more than fix pipes and pumps. We restore dignity to households. We protect health. We strengthen schools and clinics. We support jobs and local economies. We rebuild trust in public institutions, and we prove that the Constitution is not a framed document on a wall, but a living promise. That is the republic we should be building after 30 years of the Bill of Rights. A South Africa where rights are not theoretical, a South Africa where dignity is not conditional, a South Africa where freedom is felt not only at the ballot box, but at the kitchen tap. So on this Human Rights Day, let us do more than celebrate. Let us choose to make rights real for all. Let us choose competence. Let us choose accountability. Let us choose delivery. Let us choose a state that understands that when people open a tap, they are not asking for a favor, they are claiming a right. Not next year, not after another report, not after another round of excuses. Action now. Accountability now. Water now. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now recognize Honorable Musala.
Gama pile galina ke re mahloko go ba malema ka go hlokofala ga morwedi wa bona e le go mmangwane wa mopresident ya rena Julius Sello Malema ke re dipoelo tša bona ga di fole ba homotšege ba phumole meogo South Africa ina le bona. House Chairperson, 65 years ago in Sharpeville, 69 freedom fighters were massacred for rejecting the apartheid pass law. Sharpeville was not about human rights as a gift. It was about the oppressed people demanding freedom and justice. The memory of Sharpeville is carved into our conscience. It cannot be erased, it cannot be softened, it cannot be forgotten. The betrayal of justice did not end in Sharpeville. The TRC told this government to prosecute apartheid crimes. They never did. The killers of Craddock 4, the torturers of activists, the murderers of our people, many passed away without paying for their sins. Instead of prosecutions, commissions were established to buy time, to delay justice, to bury the truth. That is not human rights, Chair. In Marikana, workers demanding a living wage were gunned down by this democratic state. They asked for bread, they asked for dignity, they asked for justice, and they were met with bullets. That is not human rights, that is the massacre of the poor. Under this government, Janu's values, the unrepentant racist who killed Krisani was released. His freedom was not a coincidence, it was deliberate, it was a betrayal. It was the ANC choosing to protect apartheid criminals, choosing to spit on the memory of Krisani. That is not human rights, that is discretion of our struggle. Betrayal continues in this democracy. Helen Zille, who defended apartheid privilege, now boasts that her party is in government. Grunewald, who carried the torch of conservative apartheid legacies, now sit in government. And who invited them? The ANC. The very party that claims to have liberated us has now legitimized those who once oppressed us. That is not human rights, that is surrender to apartheid defenders. House Chair, look at the material conditions of our people. Children die in pig toilets in Limpopo, KwaZulu-Natal and Eastern Cape because government failed to provide safe sanitation. In George, Western Cape, children are shamed by teachers for not affording a pie. Poverty weaponized in schools. In the Free State, the Duda Scholar Transport Strategy kill children because government failed to regulate. That is not human rights, that is humiliation of the poor. Families in informal settlement live in shacks 32 years into democracy, where children are eaten by rats. The taxi industry, the backbone of public transport, is strangled instead of supported, permits denied, cars impounded, fines imposed, no subsidies. Crime ravages communities, rape levels are staggering, and cases like that of Mutoso remind us how predators exploit faith and trust, while the justice system drags its feet. Children face predators daily, not only in scholar transport, but in schools, in churches, in communities, yet the National Sex Offender Register is still not published. Government fails to exploit predators, fail to protect families, fail to act. That is not human rights, that is the abandonment of our children. Unemployment is destroying lives. Graduates sit at home with no jobs, their qualification gathering dust. Minister Kwetemantashe humiliated them, saying that they are lazy, while Honorable Lonzi of the EFF delivered CV here in Parliament before the President during the debate on SONA to show the deep desperation of young people. Millions outside remain jobless, hopeless, abandoned. That is not human right. That is the betrayal of a generation. The justice system itself is collapsing. Repeat offenders are released without consequences, and people are killed daily by these criminals. Magistrates, judges, and prosecutors work in broken environment with collapsed infrastructure, and some even lose their lives because of this failure. Projects are not vetted. Lifestyle audit of prosecutors have no direction. Corruption is spoken about but never confronted. That is not human rights. That is a decay of justice. House Chair, to celebrate human rights under this position is to lie to ourselves. There are no human rights when children die in pit toilets, when families live in shacks, when learners are humiliated for poverty. There are no human rights when predators are shielded, when justice is denied, when workers are massacred, when graduates are insulted, when corruption is ignored, when the taxi industry is strangled instead of supported. This is not human right, this is betrayal of dignity, the betrayal of justice, the betrayal of our people. We must return to the unfinished business of our struggle, the land. Without land, there's no dignity. Without land, there's no housing. Without land, there's no food security. Without land, there's no freedom. The EFF have made it clear, land will be brought to the people. Houses will be built, water and sanitation will be provided, dignity will be restored, justice will be delivered until land is restored, is returned, until water flows. Sharpeville must remind us always, rights are fought, not gifted. Thank you.
I'll now recognize Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The 21st of March occupies a profound place in the political and social consciousness of South Africans. It is marked by two moments in our history, events that in different ways shaped the course of our struggle and contributed to the transformation of our society. Firstly, the IFP was founded on 21 March 1975 as the Inkatha National Cultural Liberation Movement, or Inkatha Yenkululeko Yesizwe, by the late Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi. The IFP emerged to reignite and sustain the struggle for liberation within South Africa at a time when other political organizations had been banned. Its contribution to the liberation of South Africa, as well as to the construction and consolidation of a democratic order after 1994, is both profound and undeniable. The second event is a tragic chapter in our history, one that reminds us never to take our democracy or our freedom for granted. On 21 March 1960, the Sharpeville massacre occurred when police opened fire on peaceful protesters demonstrating against apartheid past laws. On that day, 69 people were killed and hundreds more were injured. This atrocity stands as a serious reminder of the heavy price that was paid in the struggle for freedom and the enduring responsibility we carry to safeguard the democratic rights for which so many sacrificed their lives. Human beings possess rights not because of their race, gender, class, or socio-economic position, but by virtue of their inherent humanity. The supremacy of the Constitution has ensured that the fundamental rights of millions of people are protected under the rule of law. Again, House Chairperson, the intellectual contributions of the IFP in the Constitutional Assembly, particularly in shaping and safeguarding the Bill of Rights, are well known and widely respected. This is because, at its core, the work of the IFP has always been people-centered, grounded in the conviction that the Constitution must serve the dignity, freedoms, and aspirations of the people of South Africa. Milestones must rightfully be celebrated. However, they also provide us with an important opportunity for reflection. While rights are constitutionally protected, for many South Africans, the full enjoyment of these rights remains difficult. Barriers such as the high cost of litigation, often beyond the reach of those not covered by legal aid, continue to limit meaningful access to justice. Moreover, persistent inequality and high levels of unemployment further diminish the practical enjoyment of these rights, particularly for the most vulnerable in our society. It was the late IFP founder, Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, who reminded us that liberation cannot be understood as political freedom alone. True freedom must also encompass economic liberation and the empowerment that comes through education. House Chairperson, the IFP joins South Africans in celebrating their fundamental human rights, which are protected by the Constitution. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will now recognize Honorable Matopa.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable members, today we commemorate Human Rights Day and we celebrate 30 years of the Bill of Rights as a sovereign and a free constitutional republic under the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. But let us be honest with ourselves in this House today. 30 years later, the promise of human rights remains incomplete for millions of South Africans. Rights written on a paper do not mean freedom in reality. When a mother cannot walk safely in her own street, when a child cannot learn in a safe school, when our taps are dry, when we are still using pit toilets, and when communities live in fear of crime, poverty, and neglect. Human rights were never meant to be symbolic words framed in the Constitution. They were meant to change lives. They were meant to restore dignity to those who were denied it under apartheid and to ensure that never again would any South African feel invisible in their own country. Yet across our communities, people still ask a painful question: where are these rights we celebrate today? What does the right to safety mean to a family living under constant threat of crime? What does this right to dignity mean to the unemployed graduate who cannot find work? What does this right to equality mean when people still feel excluded from opportunity? If we truly want to honor the Bill of Rights, we must do more than commemorate it. We must implement it. We must ensure that every police station protects communities, that every clinic serves people with dignity, that every child has access to quality education, and that government delivers services without corruption or delay. Human rights must live not only in our Constitution, but in our streets, in our homes, and in our daily lives of our people. So today, as we celebrate 30 years of constitutional democracy, let this Parliament recommit itself to real work of freedom, building a South Africa where rights are not privileged for the few, but a lived reality for all. Because the true measure of our democracy will not be the words in our constitution, but whether every South African can stand and say, my rights are protected, my dignity is respected, my country works for me. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Dr. Boshoff.
Dankie, achtbare huisvoorsitter. Dat 'n land met 'n handves van menseregte beter af is as 'n land daarsonder, dit lê geen twyfel nie. Ons het die geskiedenis om dit te bewys. Waar kom die akte van menseregte of die handves van menseregte in Suid-Afrika vandaan? Dit kom uit 'n tyd wat die minderheid wat die land regeer het homself so in 'n hoek vasgeverf het dat hy toenemend menseregte vergrype gebruik het om aan bewind te bly. Iets wat nie kon werk nie. Maar die alternatiewe was net soveel minder aanvaarbaar. Die enigste alternatief, ernstige alternatief wat aangebied is Afrika nasionalisme wat nou neergekom het op 'n sosialistiese ekonomiese beleid en 'n gesentraliseerde staatsbestel, Engels sprekend onder die lese for the nation to live, the tribe must die. Dit was vir Afrikaners nie aanvaarbaar nie en daarom het hulle self of onsself in die hoek vasgeverf. Toe kom die liberale aanbod op 'n handves van menseregte. Dis die liberale antwoord. Jou groepregte word in jou menseregte verskans. Die feit dat jy as mens individuele regte het, gee jou groepregte deur vryheid van assosiasie. Nou in 'n gesentraliseerde staat met 'n baie groot meerderheid en 'n baie klein minderheid werk dit nie. Want daai selfde handves van menseregte word gebruik om met elke instansie, elke sosiale struktuur te vra en weerspieël dit die demografie van die land as geheel. Nou, hoe handhaaf 'n minderheidsgemeenskap om in soveel volkige samelewing waarvan hy slegs 'n klein deel uitmaak? Hulle stig eintlik informele mikrorepublieke. Dit wil sê, hulle woon by mekaar, hulle sit hulle nabelaste hulpbronne by mekaar, hulle geld, hulle vermoëns, intellektueel andersins, hulle begin skole, hulle bedryf 'n gemeenskapslewe buite om die staat, veiligheid, onderlinge versorging, erfenisbewaring, tipies die soort goed wat die staat behoort te doen hierdie mense in mikrorepublieke vir hulle self. Maar dan kom die
Honourable Boshoff, just take your seat for a moment. Why do you want to be recognized, Honourable Member?
House Chair, there's no interpretation for other languages here.
Okay, thank you for alerting us. Can the table staff please just inquire and make sure that the interpretation services are available? Dr. Boshoff, please continue.
I'll proceed in English for the benefit of the member. In these micro-republics, people look after their own interests, but then
Honourable Boshoff, my apologies. Now I have a hand to my right. Honourable Deputy Minister, why do you want to be recognized?
There is interpretation. He just doesn't know how to use the device.
No.
We must build capacity within him.
No, thank you, Honourable Deputy Minister. Unless you moonlight as a table staff member, that was uncalled for. Honourable Boshoff, please continue.
Thank you. For a moment I thought the Deputy Minister couldn't understand my English. Nou in hierdie mikrorepublieke terwyl ons vertalingsdienste het, word so minderheidsgemeenskap soos Afrikaners herhaaldelik en knaand gekonfronteer met dit wat julle doen is onwettig, want julle respekteer nie of julle reflekteer nie die demografie van die staat as geheel nie. Nou dit is die punt waarop 'n mens vir jouself moet sê, 'n handves van menseregte is nie genoeg nie. Wat kort is 'n handves van die regte van gemeenskappe. kultuurgemeenskappe, godsdienstgemeenskappe moet die reg hê, nie net die reg om vry te wees van beperkings nie, maar ook die reg om dinge te doen, die reg om jouself te wees, die reg om 'n skool rondom jou eie gemeenskapswaardes en jou eie kultuurtaal te bou. Dit is die regte waarvoor 'n mens werk. Dit is die Republikeinse grondslag waarop die Vryheidsfront bou. Dit is die Republikeinse grondslag waarop die Afrikaner volk as geheel tot stand gekom het. Dit is die wese van selfbeskikking en dit is waarvoor die Vryheidsfront staan. Ek dank u.
Thank you. Honourable members, I've been informed that the interpretation services is indeed available. If there is individual devices that's not working, please just send a note to the front so that we can attend to that. The next speaker is the Honourable Dr. Letlape.
Thank you, House Chair. I always ask myself what happened 65 years ago, and the 69 fellow South Africans that were killed, what did they die for? And they died because they wanted choice. The principle they stood up to was that what is not for all must include choice as a constitutional and human right. So when you had passed laws that were not applicable to everyone, choice would have been mandatory. When things apply to all, we're all in the same space. Choice is a basic human right, and respecting other people's choices is fundamental. As the minister said, being excluded is painful. So when the majority were treated differently, they were excluded from privileges that you should have as a human being. When you look at Chapter 2 of our Constitution, 2B, 12(2)B talks about everyone has the right to bodily and psychological integrity, which includes the right to security in and control over their body. Now I ask, as parliamentarians, do we have choice when we belong to exclusive clubs that exclude other citizens? We've created, or we have joined, a legislative framework inherited from the past where we all enjoy a medical aid called PARMED. What makes us different from the government of 1960? When we have created a club and we exclude the citizens that brought us here. And their exclusion is no different from what they fought when they wanted choice. Because as we sit here, none of us have a choice as to whether we want to be with the citizens of this country, we want to live through our conscience. We have no choice. We forced into a system of exclusion. Are we the right guardians as members of parliament to uphold human rights when we see ourselves as better than the citizens? When we are members of an exclusive club that excludes the citizens, how can we then come and talk about human rights when we have joined the club of exclusivity? When we are not upholding an equitable South Africa, equal for all, that benefits all. So what I ask is for us not to take in vain the lives that are lost, so that we build an equitable South Africa, so that no one is excluded, and we lead by example, as an example of upholding human rights. I urge all of us to look into ourselves. Are we the right custodians? Lastly, in Parliament, when you differ from your party on a vote, you are allowed to make a choice by the speakers and differ from your own party. Let's make choice a reality.
Thank you,
for all
Honourable
of us.
Member. The Honourable the Reverend Meshwe.
Speaker, as we debate human rights today, I want to focus on a recent article written by Peter Fabricius for the Daily Maverick entitled, "Why the Silence on Iran's Brutality?" asks economist Iraj Abedian of South Africa. Speaking to the Cape Town Press Club on Friday the 13th of March, Mr. Abedian criticized South Africa's indifference to Iran's brutal regime and highlighted the urgent need for a global response to the country's ongoing humanitarian crisis. He said, and I quote, "The crisis in Iran must be seen not as a geopolitical risk, but as a humanitarian crisis," close quote. It is, he continued, the crisis of a nation oppressed, suppressed, and mutilated by its own governing regime for 47 years, close quote. The ACDP commends Mr. Abedian for raising this critical observation, one that should be considered and debated by all South Africans. Is Iran not committing genocide against their own people when they cry out for freedom and rights that democratic countries around the world enjoy? And why have democratic governments such as South Africa closed their eyes and ears to the Iranian people's desperate cries for help as they seek freedom from their brutal, oppressive, and murderous rulers? The ACDP supports the people of Iran and every effort to help free them from such despotic tyranny. Yesterday, the UK's Daily Mail reported that 2 Iranian nurses have been brutally tortured by regime security agents in revenge for treating wounded protesters, with one victim begging that surgeons leave her to die. One nurse, who is just 33 years old, was held in detention, according to reports, and said she had been repeatedly gang raped by 3 IRGC agents at a time for 3 days, according to Iran International. The cruelty must stop. The sexual assaults were so severe that parts of her intestine had to be removed and her uterus may also be taken out. She also has to live with a colostomy bag. The cruelty that we see and read about must stop. The ACDP strongly condemns these barbaric acts, and we also call on the ANC and all other parties that support Iran to do the same.
Thank you, Honourable
Speak out
Member.
and condemn these violent
Your
acts.
time
Thank
is
you.
now expired. The next speaker is the Honourable Nontenja.
You just block your...
Honorable House Chair, Human Rights Day reminds us of the cost paid for our treasured human rights. This day reminds us of the struggles and sacrifices made for the rights and freedom we enjoy today. Human Rights Day is not just a public holiday. It is a day of remembrance and reflection. It reminds us that freedom and equality were not always guaranteed. During apartheid, many South Africans were denied basic human rights such as the right to vote, live where they wanted, or receive equal education and basic services. However, for many victims of human rights violations, it is just a reminder that their rights are invalidated as they continue to be traumatized and re-victimized by the sluggish justice system. Similarly, for people living in rural areas and informal settlements, this month reminds them how the government refuses to acknowledge the urgent need for basic service delivery, such as clean drinking water, sanitation, shelter, which are essential components of the right to dignity preserved in our Constitution and Bill of Rights. The same applies to the widows of the Marikana massacre. A massacre is a massacre, whether it's done during apartheid or you call it. The violation of human rights extends to affect children as they continue to be subjected to the worst forms of abuse, particularly in schools, where they are either raped by teachers or killed by falling in pit latrines, which undermines the rights to education, sanitation, and safety. Over the past year, SACE received 606 complaints of misconduct by teachers, with assault and sexual misconduct making up most of the cases. Last week, a viral video shocked the country, where a teacher at a primary school in George took a video of several grade 1 learners eating pies and drinking juice, while one learner sat in humiliation, his face covered by his little hands, without food. That was an absolute violation of an innocent child's right to dignity. Indeed, some educators are slowly losing morals, and the department must enforce harsher punishment to curb these atrocious conducts. We must speak up until our voices are heard. I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Zibi.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The date on which we mark Human Rights Day is a day nearly 66 years ago that will remain in our national memory. It was a date on which ordinary South Africans put a stake in the ground to claim one of the most basic rights citizens should have, the freedom to move and live anywhere within their own country. Our collective choice to ground our Constitution in the Bill of Rights was therefore a seminal one. It was informed by a painful history and a powerful vision of the society we must become, a society that recognizes the centrality of human dignity. It dictates that all our laws and policies must ultimately expand access to rights and improve the quality of life of every South African. While this debate can become abstract, we must ground it in what is within our power to change. We must shift our mindset regarding the meaning of freedom. We must call barriers to rights by their name so we can dismantle them. In our land, there are two fundamental barriers to rights. The first is violence in all its forms. While this includes crime, we must recognize that unemployment is a form of violence. Poverty is violence. The denial of opportunity is violence. Finding yourself in an urban area without land for a home, living under constant threat, constant fear of eviction is violent. We must choose to end this cycle of structural violence. The first step towards doing that is to govern properly, placing the South African people at the center of every administrative and legislative decision that is made. Corruption is not a victimless crime, but a violation. Let us treat it with the same seriousness we treat treason. Those who steal from the people destroy the rights of millions. We must choose the best among us to lead state institutions, for maladministration vises the same violation of rights as corruption. We must fix our criminal justice system so that citizens are free from crime and our fight against corruption can succeed. Failure to perform the basics of governing will entrench new restrictions that mirror the barriers of the past. South Africans will remain unable to move forward or up because we fail to govern. That cannot be how we honor the legacy of Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe, and others who sacrificed so much for the rights many now take for granted. And thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Glazo Webster.
House Chair, Saturday marks 65 years since the tragic events of the Sharpeville massacre that took place on 21 March 1960, and we remember men, women and children whose blood was spilt in the fight for dignity, for recognition and for freedom. And we observe Human Rights Day, which is a poignant reminder of our nation's ongoing commitment to uphold and protect the fundamental right of all citizens that are enshrined in the Constitution. But today, 65 years later, too many of our people are still fighting. They don't fight today against apartheid laws, but they fight against the daily erosion of their rights, the right to safety, the right to dignity, the right to shelter, and critically, the right to basic services, which includes water. And House Chair, these aren't abstract failures, they are lived, they are personal. 2 years ago, I lost a cousin in Tembisa. There was load shedding, and in the absence of electricity, he was using an alternative method to cook. His dwelling caught fire. They managed to get him out, but there was no water. There was no road for the ambulance to reach him. And when neighbors finally got him to hospital, Tembisa Hospital, there was no oxygen. Ultimately, he didn't make it. And that's what the erosion of rights looks like. It's not reports, it's not plans, it's the loss of life. It's preventable, it's avoidable, and it's actually unacceptable. Section 27 of our Constitution guarantees that everyone has the right to access to sufficient water. I wonder what would have happened if there was water that day in Tembisa. Today across the country, too many citizens are grappling with water shortages, with supply interruptions, and if taps aren't completely dry, then water throttling is implemented. And the problem is that there's no one in government who's directly accountable. Last week, the president, when asked who we would fire by our leader, Dr. Mmusi Maimane, if water was not restored in Johannesburg by the end of the year, could not give us a direct answer. The Minister of Water says it's the job of the municipalities to supply water. The municipalities say it's the water board. The deputy president says it's a high-level water task team that's responsible, and the president says it's the National Water Crisis Committee. As Build One South Africa, we are then standing in the gap on behalf of citizens, and we've approached the courts for this direct relief. If government will not act, then the courts will have to instruct it to do so, and I wish to appeal to the president and to this cabinet that they don't waste taxpayers' money by opposing this litigation, which is actually for the upholding of human rights, but that instead all efforts be geared towards ensuring that there is water to every citizen in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a speaker on behalf of the ATM? If not, then I recognize the Honourable the Deputy Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo, ke go tlhompile. Bagaetsho, fa e sale go tloga ka tshimologo ya demokrasi ya rona, botsweretsi le setso di nnile le seabe se segolo mo go rotloetseng kgololesego ya go tlhagisa maikutlo le go rotloetsa maikutlo a boitshupo ba setšhaba le boikgantsho. Metshameko e nnile maatla a magolo mo Afrika Borwa a isang setšhaba kwa pele ka dinako tse di botlhokwa fa e sale demokrasi e simologa. Modulasetulo, sports, arts and culture are also human rights and related to various other human rights. They are also grounds on which human rights are often challenged and abused, including those of young people. The objectives of social cohesion align with South Africa's National Development Plan 2030. Sports and the expressive arts serve as a powerful tool for the social inclusion of people with disabilities. The UN recognized sports
in its 2030 agenda as an important contributor to the realization of sustainable development and peace goals due to its promotion of tolerance and respect and facilitation of social inclusion, conflict prevention, and peace building. Inclusion of disabled people in sports, arts, and culture promotes social integration, empowerment, and equal opportunities, transforming perceptions of fostering accessible communities. The 12th session of the Conference of States Parties to the Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities affirmed the power of sports through its sub-theme of the inclusion of people with disabilities in society through participation in cultural life, recreation, and sports. South Africa's sporting achievements are a testament to our collective spirit and resilience. From the rugby, soccer fields, to the athletic tracks, our sportsmen and women have brought home numerous accolades uplifting the nation's spirit. Thank you. We are proud of Bafana Bafana's qualification for FIFA Soccer World Cup and look forward to the Springboks successfully defending the Rugby World Cup. The power of sports in strengthening social cohesion and fostering unity among South Africans is immense. Sports breaks barriers and brings adversaries together. Sporting events have been powerful acts of reconciliation, demonstrating how sports can heal historical wounds and foster national unity. The arts and culture sector in South Africa is a vibrant and dynamic force that has played a crucial role in shaping the nation's identity. Artists, musicians, writers, and performers have told the stories of the nation's struggles and triumphs, preserving its heritage while pushing the boundaries of creativity. The global success of Amapiano, born in the townships and now a worldwide phenomenon, exemplifies innovative spirit of South African culture. A distinctive beats and melodies have captured the hearts of music lovers around the world, influencing music trends in cities from Jozi to Ebizan. The phenomenal rise of Thuso Mbedu in Hollywood is testament of homebrewed talent. The groundbreaking launch of Laduma Ngokolo's Makhosa store in Manhattan demonstrates the international impact of South African talent. We are immensely proud that the Grammy Award-winning DJ Black Coffee has filled iconic venues like the Madison Square Gardens. Our visual artists continue to make significant contributions to the global art scene. Makazi has garnered international recognition, winning the BET Viewers' Choice Award for Best New International Act. Tyler, an international rising star, has also made a mark globally, winning both Grammy and BET Awards, further showcasing the depth of the diversity of talent in South Africa, South Africa's music scene. Despite a myriad of challenges in South Africa, our artists have soldiered on. These sectors have not only survived but thrived, continuing to inspire and unite the nation. They have shown remarkable resilience and adaptability, providing that the spirit of South Africa creativity and excellence remain indomitable even in the face of challenges. Our artists are confronted by censorship, economic instability, and the double-edged sword of digital platforms. There is an urgent need for collective advocacy to protect artists' rights across the continent. The Copyright Amendment Bill aims to modernize South Africa's copyright law. It includes provisions of the payment of royalties in respect of literally musical artists and audiovisual works and for resale royalty rights. Expectedly, the bill has forced significant opposition from various stakeholders, including the music, book, publishing, film, and television industries. It has been referred to the court due to the concerns about the constitutionality, particularly regarding the inclusion of exceptions for persons with disabilities. The court's decision will determine the bill's fate and its impact on the creative industry in South Africa. The commitment in building a non-racial, non-sexist, free and democratic society is an integral part of preamble of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. The National Development Plan envisions a type of society in 2030 that will embrace its diversity rather than promoting human differences. Thus, in terms of strategic interventions of social cohesion and nation building, much focus is required in terms of the extent to which these interventions are responsive to ravages of patriarchy in general and gender-based violence and exclusion of people living with disabilities in particular. Honorable members, South Africa's vibrant arts culture scene is a cornerstone of our evolving national identity. Furthermore, the arts and culture sector forms a vital part of our national canon to build a non-racial, non-sexist, a prosperous nation whose creative talent stakes a claim in the moral and cultural life of the world at large. The role of sports, arts and culture in deepening human rights and fostering social cohesion is undeniable. They are an essential tool for nation building, fostering unity across racial and social divides and driving social challenges. South Africa's sports, arts and culture continue to be a cornerstone of its evolving national identity and a vital part of its national development. The struggle of Banyana Banyana, we will never give up on it. It continues. Malibongwe.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Ismail Musa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Human rights is the very heart of our democratic constitution and the foundation of South Africa as a sovereign, free and constitutional republic. This day is rooted in the painful memory of the Sharpeville massacre, where unarmed South Africans paid the ultimate price in the struggle against injustice. Their sacrifice compels us not only to remember but to act. In 1996, under the leadership of Nelson Mandela, our nation adopted a constitution that promised dignity, equality, and freedom for all. The Bill of Rights enshrines these ideals, guaranteeing access to housing, healthcare, education, and justice, while protecting freedoms of religion, expression, and equality before the law. For Al-Jamaat, these are not merely legal provisions, they are moral imperatives. They reflect values of justice, compassion, and human dignity that resonate across all faiths and traditions. Yet, honorable members, we must confront an uncomfortable truth for many South Africans. These rights remain aspirational. Poverty, inequality, unemployment, and crime continue to erode the dignity and security of our people. A right delayed is a right denied. Human rights must not live in legislation. They must be experienced in the daily lives of our citizens, in safer communities, in economic opportunities, and in restored dignity. Therefore, as we mark this milestone, let us recommit to ethical leadership, accountability, the people-centered governance. Let us ensure that every policy we pass advances the lived reality of human rights. Human Rights Day is not only about remembrance, it is a call to action. Let the next 30 years be defined by delivery, justice, and true freedom for all who live in South Africa. In our true quest for human rights, South Africa's history demands that we remain a refuge for the oppressed and a beacon of justice. To our honorable members, Reverend Mashua and Honorable Gama, I appeal that you educate yourselves more with regards to the understanding of peace and justice and the right to human dignity and the preservation of lives. Let us place peace above everything else, and the bombings that we witnessed. The US has been continuously bombarding Iran and the other countries that we see currently. I thank you. Malibongwe.
Thank you. Is there a speaker on behalf of the NCC in this debate? If not, I recognize the Honourable the Minister of Land Reform and Rural Development.
House Chairperson, in 1960, 69 people were massacred in Sharpeville and 21 were massacred at Langa in Cape Town. As the PAC, we remember vividly the day 30 years ago in the hallowed and blood-stained soil of Sharpeville, a place synonymous with Africans laying down their lives for the liberation. The Constitution was signed into law. Today we join the celebration of this profound historical moment because although in 1996 as an organization we did not agree with all the provisions of the Constitution, we voted for it here in Parliament with the strong caveat that the struggle for the attainment of those goals that it largely unaddressed would continue. In other words, the Constitution as the supreme law of our country is something that we embrace, but we do so conscious of the fact that it is a living document that must move with the heartbeat of the nation. In 2026, as we look back, we acknowledge the gains that our country has made under this Constitution, but we also project the position that in a number of respects, the Constitution has not made it easy for the post-apartheid government to embark on the transformative processes that our people are still waiting for. We recognize the fact that the Constitution emerged from the conflicts of the past and from a divided society characterized by strong contestation over resources. We also acknowledge the fact that this Constitution sought to strike a balance between competing and often hostile interests. Thus, we stand at a historical conjuncture where many issues that we have to navigate and resolve still remain, with the most pressing of these being landlessness, poverty, inequality, unemployment, and underdevelopment among large numbers of Africans, especially the youth. We cannot fail to recognize the efforts that have been made in this House in the quest to accelerate the redistribution of land. We also cannot shy away from condemning in the strongest terms the actions of those who have arrogated upon themselves the right to frustrate and curtail the forward march of progress and transformation. In spite of these negative machinations, we continue to soldier on, and we are confident that with time our efforts will yield the desired result of fundamentally transforming the racial character of distribution of land and enjoyment of the benefits that accrue from it. We have to continue the struggle to rearrange the structure of property relations and to fight for the defeat of colonially determined elite and racist interests that seek to further entrench themselves and ultimately to reverse the gains that we made during the struggle. In conclusion, we reiterate that this year we will put before the Parliament the equitable access to land bill. We also put before the House the Communal Land Tenure and Administration Bill.
Thank you. The Honourable Dr. Mahlatsi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Khotso, Ma-Africa. This day did not begin as a generic celebration of human rights. It is rooted in blood, in resistance, and in African defiance against colonial domination. It is rooted in Sharpeville massacre and the Langa killings, where unarmed Africans led by Pan-Africanist Congress who stood up against past laws and were met with bullets. To rename this day Human Rights Day is to dilute its revolutionary character. It removed the African identity of the struggle. It universalized what was in fact a specific and deliberate act of Pan-African resistance. It hid the truth about who led the struggle, why it was fought, and what was meant to be achieved. But today, our children are taught a softened vision of history. They are taught to celebrate Human Rights Day in abstract, while being disconnected with radical Pan-African roots of the struggle. They are not taught about Robert Sobukwe and the role played by African Nyakani Tsulu on this day. They are not taught that Sharpeville and Langa were not accidents. They were consequences of organized African resistance, which is difficult to achieve today. As the United African Transformation, we reject this distortion. Without the land, there's no Human Rights Day. We call for this day to be correctly recognized and commemorated as Sharpeville-Langa Massacre Day, a day that tells the truth, a day that restores historical justice, a day that honors an African vision of liberation. Because name matters, name shape memory, and memory shape consciousness. If we allow our history to be renamed, we allow our struggle to be redefined. If our struggle is redefined, then our future is misdirected.
Thank you. Is there a speaker on behalf of Good? If not, I recognize the Honourable Labuschagne.
Honourable House Chair, as we commemorate Human Rights Day, we also mark 30 years of the Bill of Rights in our constitutional democracy. This is a moment not only to reflect on how far we have come, but also on how far we still have to go. Our Constitution promises every citizen dignity, equality and freedom, but these are not abstract ideals. They are meant to be lived realities in the daily lives of South Africans. Human dignity is not protected by words alone. It is protected when the state delivers the basic services that allow people to live safe, healthy and productive lives. After 3 decades of constitutional democracy, the question before us is simple. Are basic conditions in communities improving dignity in the lives of South Africans? For millions of our citizens, the answer is no. Human dignity cannot flourish where basic services become unaffordable or non-existent. Across the country, households are struggling under rapidly rising cost of electricity supplied by Eskom. Each tariff increase places additional pressure on families, pensioners and small businesses who are already battling to make ends meet. Electricity is not a luxury. It is a basic service and the foundation of a functioning economy. Yet across many municipalities, debt owed to Eskom continues to grow due to poor revenue collection and weak financial management. Financially distressed municipalities struggle to repay historic debt while also falling behind on current electricity payments. When municipalities fail to collect revenue effectively, the entire electricity system becomes financially unstable. And when the system fails, it is not the government that sits in the dark. It is the people of South Africa who pay the price. Human dignity is also undermined when other basic municipal services collapse. In many communities, waste collection becomes irregular or stops altogether, leaving rubbish piling up in streets and open spaces. Roads fall into disrepair as potholes grow larger and maintenance is neglected. Street lights stop working, leaving neighborhoods in darkness and increasing the risk of crime. These failures may seem ordinary, but their impact on people's daily lives is profound. Human dignity is also undermined when communities are forced to live with collapsing sanitation systems. Across towns and cities, sewage spills into streets and public spaces because infrastructure is neglected and maintenance is ignored. Families wake up to the smell of raw sewage in their neighborhoods. Children grow up in environments that pose serious health risks. Sanitation is not merely about pipes and pumps, it is about public health and human dignity. No South African should be forced to live in conditions that strip away the basic dignity promised by our Constitution. Honourable House Chair, the failure of basic services does not happen by accident. It is the result of governance choices. After 30 years of democracy, the erosion of capable governance has weakened municipalities' ability to deliver basic services. Instead of appointing the best people to run critical institutions in local governments, too often positions have been filled based on political loyalty rather than competence through the policy of cadre deployment. When loyalty replaces competence, institutions weaken and service delivery suffers. But the problem goes even deeper. Public money meant to improve people's lives is too often not spent for its intended purpose. Funds for infrastructure and basic services are lost through irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as well as poor procurement processes. Projects stall, infrastructure breaks down, maintenance is neglected, roads crumble, streetlights remain unrepaired, waste removal services fail to operate consistently, and too often, when these failures occur, there are no consequences. When public money is wasted, when procurement systems are abused, when political interference replaces professional administration, there is no accountability. When service delivery collapses, it is the poorest South Africans whose dignity is undermined. When municipalities fail to deliver services, it is not only infrastructure that collapses, it is the constitutional promise itself. But today should not only be about criticism, it must also be about restoring the promise of our Constitution. 30 years ago, South Africans chose a future based on dignity, freedom, and accountable governance. The vision remains powerful today. To honor the Bill of Rights, we must build a capable state that can deliver the basic services people depend on. The Democratic Alliance has consistently argued for the professionalization of the public administration, where appointments are made through transparent, merit-based processes rather than political patronage. This means ending cadre deployment, strengthening recruitment processes, fixing procurement systems, and ensuring real consequence management when public funds are misused. Professional administrations deliver services. Political patronage destroys them. Only when government institutions are professional, accountable, and capable will the constitutional promise become a lived reality for every South African. The DA is fighting day in and day out for South Africans where all can fulfill their potential and not be held back by the failing governance. Honourable Chair, the EFF Speaker should done her homework better. Helen Ziller's house was a safe house for anti-apartheid activists in the 80s. She spent her life fighting apartheid. As we commemorate Human Rights Day, let us remember that the struggle for human dignity did not end in 1994. It continues today. The greatest tribute we can pay to our Constitution is not speeches in this House, but a government that works for its people. Let us do right by our Constitution and its promise. I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Maduna.
Nina bentalo, nina bakamadzikani, owatsikatsikizive nezivane, etinye tabaleke, etinye tamshenqele. Thina kwabhaca asithethi asikhulumi siyabhopha. Sithi ungayibhophi indzaba ungayati. Nami andituphithitela, andituyalutela. Ndihlate amabhaca, nditabhopha endiyatiyo, ndishiye endingayati. Sithi hayitulatuli itakumite kuwe. Honourable Chair, honourable members, fellow South African, as a young member of Parliament, I am honored to stand before this House as we mark 30 years of our People's Parliament. This Parliament was born of a struggle and concentrated in the blood and tears of our people.
at CODESA and in the multi-party negotiating process. The ANC carried the mandate of millions into the negotiating chambers, insisting that the constitution be drafted by democratically elected Constitutional Assembly, a body that truly represents the people. Our constitution was never meant to be just a document. It is a testament to the sacrifices and the struggles of our people, the true architect of our democracy. Honorable members, the ANC has always understood Parliament not merely as a law-making institution, but as an engine to advance national democratic revolution, an instrument to build non-sexist, non-racial, democratic and prosperous society. The attainment of these objectives is the foundation of moving decisively towards national democratic revolution. Our bicameral system ensures that diverse representation and advances the interest of our people. We must leverage this trend to build a more inclusive and equitable society. Our system has always prioritized public participation, ensuring that our citizens are at the forefront of decision-making. This strengthened active citizenry that hold us accountable and drive collective progress. As parliamentarians, our role is crucial in protecting and promoting human rights. We must use the instruments at our disposal, such as parliamentary committees, public hearing, oversight mechanism, and robust debate to ensure accountability and transparency. Chair, Section 8 of Bill of Rights binds us to pass laws that affirm human rights. The ANC-led government legislation has made strides in advancing transformation and improving the quality of our people's life. As a result, we have made significant strides in ensuring that there is equality before the law, regardless of race, gender, and creed. Freedom of expression, allowing us to speak truth to power. Access to education, healthcare, expanding opportunities and dignity. The right to vote, we have given our people water, electricity, roads. The ANC-led government continue to make sure that there is no one that go to bed with a hungry stomach. Yes, we do not deny, honorable members, that we do face corruption, service delivery failures, inequality. These are still serious challenges that we face. But this is precisely why SCOPA exists, why Public Protector's Office exists, why free press and independent judiciary exist. These institutions are not indictment on our democracy when they act, but they are a proof that our democracy is working, proudly brought to you by ANC. 30 years on, this People's Parliament remains the most powerful instrument we must use to build South Africa our freedom fighters dreamt of. The task of the next 30 years is clear. We must accelerate transformation, ensure the Bill of Rights become a living thing and a breathing force for a real change and for real economic freedom and social change in line with the Freedom Charter. Now, it's very important that the honorable members of the MKP listen very carefully now. Because clearly, when it was raining sands, they had umbrellas on. To do so, we must develop and amend legislation to be more direct and bold on transformation. We must ensure the following. We introduce 70% of local beneficiation of mineral resources beneath our soil to create a secondary economy. The continued exportation of raw material is equal to exportation of job. It is incorrect that exportation of finished good is always more expensive than exporting raw material. Yes, we agree land expropriation without compensation should be implemented decisively. We must return land to the rightful owners that were removed from their forefathers' land. Land is dignity, and the land was the original reason for the struggle. We must not be defocused. We welcome the licensing of Post Bank as a fully financial service provider. This is a bold step towards ensuring we have a state bank proudly brought to you by the ANC. We must revolutionize education so that it provides response directly to the economic needs of South Africa, producing skill for the industrial growth and development.
Honorable Maduna, just take your seat for a moment. Honorable member, why do you want to be recognized?
The member is misleading. They are busy liquidating the post office. So
Thank you.
I don't know what is.
When it was the reigning census,
It's not
we
an
had an
intervention
umbrella
in
on.
terms of our rules, that's a point of debate.
The census.
There's a
Honorable
difference
Maduna,
between
please
the post
continue.
bank and the post office when.
Order. I've not recognized any other member. Please don't unmute and speak without being recognized. Honorable Maduna, please continue.
Lastly, Chair, in the next 30 years, we must ensure that there's youth employment. In doing this, we must quickly and move swiftly to declare youth unemployment as a national disaster, to ensure that we mobilize adequate funds to deal with the crisis that results into unemployment of our people. Not just put makeup on issues, but deal with the real root causes. Chairperson, many honorable members and many argue that our progress has been slow, but we must be honest and acknowledge the distance that our government has covered. Then commit ourselves to move faster with greater discipline and with boldness to ensure economic freedom now and not later. The ANC will continue to defend our democratic gains. We therefore invite all South Africans to join the People's March that will be held in defense of our Soviet on Human Rights Day, 21st March 2026, led by the African National Congress with the SACP, COSATU and SANCO. The march will head to Constitutional Hill with other demonstrations taking place in eThekwini, East London and Cape Town. Chair, to Honorable Moshala, I think it is becoming clear to me that wisdom is trying very hard to chase you, but God blessed you with speed. Because on the 19th August 2016, you EFF voted with FFF Plus and DA to put Nesimanga as a mayor of Tshwane. On the 20th August 2016, you again voted in Joburg with DA to put Mashaba as a mayor of Joburg. Now, our people are not fools. They see a dying organization that is doing everything to its power to gain headlines so that our people will believe that it's actually doing something for them. Chairperson, we call upon all workers, youth, women, veterans, professional, community activists
Honorable member,
to fill the streets.
Honorable Maduna, please just take your seat. Honorable Michalakis, why do you want to be recognized?
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. I rise in terms of Rule 84. No member may use offensive, abusive, insulting, disrespectful, unbecoming or unparliamentary words or language, nor offensive, unbecoming or threatening gestures. That includes offensive and abusive and insulting language towards people who aren't members of this House. The Honourable member referred to the future mayor of Johannesburg as the madam, and I believe that that is covered by Rule 84.
No, that's
Order,
not
Chair.
order. Sit down.
No.
House Chair?
Order.
House Chair?
Order. I'm still dealing with this point of order, Honorable Daniels. I will get to you just now. Yes, thanks, Honorable Michalakis. Of course, the word madam can also be used to refer just to someone who are female. I'm not convinced that in the context it was an insult. So that point of order is not sustained. Honorable Daniels?
Madam is madam.
Thank you, House Chair. I'm definitely covered by that ruling.
And I just want to say that by itself...
No, Honorable Daniels, unless you're
misleading.
raising
She's
something
not the
else.
future mayor.
No, Honorable
Not
Daniels.
the incoming mayor.
Honorable Daniels.
Honorable Daniels is
You are out of order.
No,
I've
Honorable
not
Daniels
invited
is right.
comments on that point of order. I dealt with it.
No, Honorable Daniels
Honorable
is correct.
Maduna, please conclude. Honorable Michalakis, is that, Honorable Maduna, my apologies,
No.
is that something new?
No, doesn't have to
Nothing new, sit down, Michalakis.
Order, honorable members.
No, Chairperson,
Order.
Chairperson, the rule says you can't give him a second bite.
I don't need advice from somebody who unmutes without being recognized. So please stand down. Honorable Michalakis, why do you want to be heard?
Thank you, House Chair. I want to refer you to the list of unparliamentary expressions of 2014, in which the word madam is actually declared unparliamentary.
House Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Michalakis. If you are aggrieved with my ruling, you're welcome to write to the Speaker to refer the matter to the Rules Committee. Of course, all rulings are made within context, and I consider the context in this instance. Honorable Maduna, please conclude.
We call upon workers, youth, women, veterans, professionals, community activists to fill the street as we declare in one voice. South Africa will not be bullied. Our constitution will not be surrendered, and the sacrifices of our forebears will not be diminished. Let's make the next 30 years count for our people. I thank you. Amandla!
Zille must stay in Cape Town.
Thank you. Honorable members, order. Order. That concludes this debate. Honorable members, the next item on the order paper. Order. The next item on the order paper is a decision of a question on a draft resolution in the name of the Honorable Gama. I wish to remind honourable members that this draft resolution was debated in a virtual mini-plenary on Friday the 6th of March, but that a decision thereon, of course, in terms of our rules, can only be taken in the full plenary. I will now put the motion. Those in favour of adopting the draft resolution will say aye. Those not in favour of adopting the draft resolution will say no. The noes have it. This motion is therefore not agreed to. Honourable Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Thank you, House Chair.
Order, honourable members.
Thank you, House Chair. You were not very clear about voting. You were still explaining how the process is going to happen. So for you to have now taken a decision that has been made is really improper. Please conduct yourself orderly, Chair.
No, I think I made it quite clear, but...
Are you from induction?
Order.
Slap of beans.
Honourable Chief Whip. I did call on those in support of the draft resolution to say aye.
A slap of beans.
You were still, as Chair, with all due respect,
Keeping on duty.
Honourable members, I will use my discretion in terms of the rules to allow for a second vote. Those in favour of adopting the draft resolution in the name of the Honourable Gama say aye. Those not in favour of adopting the draft resolution in the name of the Honourable Gama say no.
No!
The noes still have it.
Oh, no, Chair, no.
Order! Order!
How do you measure the sound?
Again.
How do you measure the sound?
Chief Whip.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start talking once they stop drowning me because I can hardly hear myself.
I can hear you.
Thank you very much. Chair, that is not a democratic way of actually voting. Could you please allow for a democratic way of
Thank you,
how they
Honourable
vote?
Chief Whip. The vote is concluded. You have other recourses in terms of the rules, but I'm not here to lecture you on that. Honorable members. Order.
You are late.
Order. I'm informed that after consultation amongst parties, the decision of question on the motion, Honorable Chief Whip of the Opposition, I've moved on to the next item.
Thank you. No, Chair. Are you not recognizing me?
If it is still on the previous order,
Well, then let it be known that the GNU members are voting against are voting for crime in this country.
Honourable member, that's not an intervention in terms of our rules. Honourable members, I am informed that after consultation amongst parties, the decision of question on the motion in the name of the Honourable Lonzi on the order paper today will stand over in terms of Rule 99. Honourable members, you are requested to stand and remain standing in order for the presiding officer and the maids to leave the chamber. That concludes the business of the day.
Long live the chair. Madam Zille must stay in Cape Town. She has no place in Johannesburg.
And the new chief whip of MK, Colin Makubele, was fired for sleeping on duty. You are